Hello, people. Hello, the adoring fans of Book 4. Are you here? Can you hear us?
It said 14 viewers, so someone's
Yeah.
got to be here.
So yeah. Hey, we got one person in chat.
Yep.
Armpit
farting.
I will do that for a super
Can you do that? Are you able to do
Yes.
that?
Hold on.
I can do anything. That's why I'm a Zula, but that'll cost a super chat. I'm not a fart joke person, so if you want me to do that, that's a super chat.
Okay. It took a while,
Okay,
but
yes.
yeah, we're live. They can hear us. It took
Hey,
a long time for it to come.
hey,
Our-
party people, how we doing?
Hey, welcome. It's
New episode tomorrow. New episode tomorrow. New episode tomorrow.
Okay, well, I was gonna have a build up for it, and then you just did it.
Yep. New
Spoiler.
episode tomorrow. New
Listen,
episode
Curtis,
tomorrow.
you already blew the load with PS2 Azula, so
Oh gosh.
No. Listen. As the person whose job is to be on top of the algorithm, that was an algorithmic choice. That was not an accident. I am certain that will get more views.
this was a work expense, Mr. Tax Collector. I promise.
Okay. And anywho, yes. So welcome once again to what is this? This is like our 5th one, right? 5th of the original
It is.
OG Avatar Watch-Alongs. Okay, yes. Welcome to the 5th one.
Track. I'm not counting.
Yes.
What's up? What's
Yes.
up? We got a new person who hasn't joined us before. Everyone say hi to our voice of Chong, also known as the hippie guy who sings Secret Tunnel. Chris, introduce yourself.
Yay.
Secret tunnel. Hello there.
Welcome to the secret tunnel.
That's right.
River people. We're not river people. We're just people. Aren't we all, brother?
Are we all, brother? Yeah.
True story, Chong was named after Cheech and Chong because Tommy Chong is Chinese.
I am not the least bit surprised. When
Yeah.
I was watching the show
Makes
recently, when they
sense.
gave his name, I'm just like, I bet $1 million that's what it's referring to. And yep,
I
that's
I want to see the hippies do the Dave's not here bit. That's what I want to see. That just dated me. All right, I'm old. I admit it. All right,
Okay. Alrighty
real
then.
or a legend? Oh no, it's a real legend.
it's a real legend.
Very, very real. Alrighty then. So again, we have many recurring people. We have myself. Hello, I'm Curtis. I do YouTube and video editing stuff. We have Adam.
Hi.
Hi.
One of my foam panels just fell.
Oh,
Sorry.
apologies for your loss.
Adam's booth is trying to expose him.
No, I need you to make me sound like I'm not in a hole.
Mm.
Hi, I voice Hotun in the comic. I'm also in other stuff. I don't know.
You're
if
also
you
the
care about
official
that.
voice of Hotun.
Yeah,
Official voice
he
of
is.
Hotun. I don't think anyone else did the scene with Hotun for
No,
that.
They
Nobody
did
did.
not.
You're the
You are
only one.
the official voice of Hotan.
Until another one does, I am the only official voice of Hotun.
It's true. It's fact. It is known.
voice.
Must be
As
a
it
great
should
honor.
be.
Put it
As
on
it
the,
should
put it on the wiki.
Yeah.
I'm actually
They
gonna
should.
check. Did they put it on the wiki?
They
I made
actually should.
They should.
Yeah. That would be a
That sounds like a song title right there. Put it on the wiki.
There's the next one after Tiger Dillo, I guess. All right. Continuing down. Dorn.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Dorn. I'm recently joined this amazing crew of people as a writer. Love these streams because I love ATLA so much, and doing these rewatches and talking with all of you is so great. And also, I'm just gonna do a quick shout out to 2 of my friends who I introduced to the channel just recently, and if they're not on the stream, well, too bad for them. But Lobby Boys, if you're there, shout out to you. Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Yay, fans. Alrighty then. And then our final, I was gonna say final one, but it's actually 2. It's a 2-for-1 special with the bottom Discord
It's a
user.
Super Saiyan bargain sale now.
What is this? A Super Saiyan bargain sale?
Yeah. We're both Super Saiyans.
Interesting.
I
wanna be a Super Saiyan.
They
I wanna.
Hello, everybody. Voice of Zuko Cade here. Also an official voice of Zuko now, technically.
And Lucia Lobos-Villa here, voice of Azula. And I did voice her for those Puppet Bender ads back in the day, so you know what? We're all official here, baby.
You know, all,
Yep.
Yes.
all
yes.
half of us are, because
Yeah.
there's 6 here and 3 of us are.
Nah,
Yeah,
that
it's
shit
like-
ain't what matters. What matters is our performances be on point. We gotta
Legit.
work hard.
How can you say the
Legit.
math doesn't matter?
I don't know. I didn't like math.
He's giving me the Azula glare.
Oh.
It's okay. I wasn't the best at math either, but my dad's a calculus teacher, so.
My dad is also was a calculus teacher when he was alive.
I hate.
Are we actually siblings? What?
Were we separated at birth?
Plot twist.
Ooh, that would be quite the twist.
But yeah, guys, thanks for joining us today. We are going to watch 3 episodes today. Which ones are we
Yes.
watching today?
So looking up ahead, so as I believe you mentioned before, we do have the Sokka's atheism episode
Oh, hell yeah.
coming up. We might try and squeeze in 4 if we have time, but that might be pushing it. That being said, yeah, so coming up immediately after we got
I think it's the Blue Spirit.
yes, Blue
Because
Spirit.
we watched the storm, yes. It's the Blue Spirit, the Fortune Teller, and Bato of the Water Tribe.
Yes,
I
yes.
always forget about Bato of the Water.
I never forget. I watch every episode, every day, all the time. It never stops.
It's a
I'd love to
problem.
see it. You haven't been watching it since Saturday.
You're not prepared. You're not prepared. I'm prepared. You're never prepared. Question. Did you see the video I made that I mentioned in your comments? I saw
Yes.
one video by you, Multipower, and I think it got shared in our community post, actually.
It's the let me in one, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Shared in our community
Which I
post.
appreciate it because that's the exact joke I was making. So it was it was very funny to see it.
Yes.
All right. I think we should get started so we can try to squeeze in 4. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I was about to say we got our crew going.
Let's do it.
Alrighty then. So yeah, final exclamations to the viewers, just in case you guys don't know. We are not going to be streaming the actual episodes here because we like the Book 4 channel. We love you and all of our 30,000 subscribers. We would hate for that to get copyright claimed into oblivion. So yeah, we will have a countdown that will be going as we watch the episode. You can sync it up to whatever device you're going to be watching. Or whatever site you're going to be watching Avatar on, whether it be streaming service, Netflix, anything else I might be missing. So yeah, follow along, and then once we're done, we'll come back. We'll come back to VC. We'll discuss, and those of us in the Discord here will be in the chat of the stream, with our reactions as we go along. So, if we are all good, we shall commence henceforth.
Into the breach.
Yes.
To never
Huzzah.
return.
Alrighty. Oh yeah, and also as mentioned before, if you super chat money to any of the voice people, they will read off your lines. So long as you give Lucia 1 cent more than Cade, because Azula has to get more than Zuko.
True.
It's
At least
true.
1 cent more.
At least 1 cent. It's all it takes. Doesn't matter how much better, just a little bit better.
All right.
Alrighty.
Let's do it.
Yeah. We back. Welcome, friends. So that was the Blue Spirit. Already then. So, with that being said, we'll start with our action. As I say, we'll start at the bottom. We'll switch things up again. We'll start with Lucia and Cade first.
I'm just gonna say it. I know that there's a lot of things I could criticize about the live action and praise about this, including the fact that Dallas Liu is an incredible martial artist, and this was the perfect opportunity to show him doing some sick ass moves, beating up a bunch of Fire Nation people, and instead they just like cut. And we don't get to see him beating them up, which I was screaming at the TV about. But it's more than that. I think the moment that really hurts the most here is that Aang and Zuko, sometimes less is more. The fact that Zuko doesn't say a word to Aang, he just listens. And the moment that cognitive dissonance hits too hard, he shoots a fireball at Aang, and Aang just gets away. It's like they realized that was poignant and they couldn't lose it, but they couldn't resist the urge to indulge themselves in an Aang and Zuko conversation, which I think is just so foolish because Zuko's still supposed to be a villain here. You can't let them understand each other too much, or there's no motivation for them to continue to be be antagonistic. So, like, it's so funny to watch the live action have Zuko and Aang have this whole conversation where they bond and understand each other, but then they want to recreate the same poignant scene from the original, so they knock Zuko out a second time so they can then recreate the scene. And I really pull my hair out asking myself, why didn't they just do it the second way then? What benefit was there from that conversation? And it hits me that it was just fan service. It was just for fans that already love these characters and wish they could have talked in that moment. But sometimes not getting what you want in a scene is more powerful than getting it, because Aang and Zuko, us wanting them to talk, to understand each other, that's exactly the point, right? Like, we're feeling that tension. If only they understood each other, especially since we're coming off the storm, right? And they have so much in common. Like, if only they could talk it out. And the whole point is we don't get that. By having them talk it out, you lose that. You lose that tension, that forward progression. There's not as much to look forward to. When they meet next time, you're not going to have that same tension of like, now will they talk about it? But I also recognize the other reason they added it is because they completely botched the storm and didn't show any parallels between Aang and Zuko. So, they had to add it in through dialogue and exposition. That's the basics of it. There's so many things I could praise about this episode. Everything from how it informs Zhao, the fact that Ozai really, really seems to like Zhao, like, so much. It's weird. Wonder what he did to get in his good graces. There's so much I could say about it. It's a really well written episode that helps you understand the characters and the world so much without having to tell you. You just get it from what's going on and how the characters are reacting. Also, that herbalist lady should have absolutely been in the White Lotus. What the hell, Paku? Do you just not let female members join? Like, why wasn't she in the White Lotus? That's the basics of it for me. What about you, Cade?
So, as much as I like this episode, at the same time, it's not one that I have like a lot to say about because I feel like, kind of like Zuko in the Blue Spirit Mask, it sort of speaks for itself. But I will say some things I liked. I like how the shoe guy or whatever
Who?
The guy Zhao was trying to get the
That is not Shu. Fire Sea Shu is a different character.
Sorry, his name was Shush something, so excuse me, I'll just call him Shush, because that's what Zhao did to him, basically.
Captain Shush.
Yeah, when he's trying to talk to that Shush guy. And he gets the letter, and then Shush reads it before Zhao gets to read the promotion. And then just the look on his face when he's like, now I have to take orders from him. This motherfucker over here.
What you gonna do about it?
Dave Filoni directed this episode. This might be the last episode of Avatar he ever directed, because he never comes back post book 1.
He did Siege of the North Part 2 and Northern Air Temple.
Okay.
Hey, so we got that one
thank
so
you.
far too.
And actually the next episode as well.
All right, so it's Filoni for a little bit then. Cool.
Doesn't come back for season 2, it looks like.
Yeah.
He doesn't come back at all to the show.
So the guy he was yelling at was Colonel Shinu.
Shinu, thank you.
Yeah. No, he doesn't go. He does the last episode of season 2. Last episode of season 1 doesn't come back.
I like how Katara and Sokka are horrified on the frog sucking thing. And I'm like, man, they're from the South Pole. They're probably used to eating stuff. Frogs is not one of them. As a kid, I remember when I first watched the episode, I thought that the joke of Sokka thinking he's an earthbender and saying, "Take that, you rock," kid me, thought that was the funniest joke in the world. I couldn't tell you why. Take that, you rock.
Because it's funny. It's hilarious. What do you mean?
Other than that, I'm not sure what Zuko was doing in the beginning episode where he's already spying on Zhao before the promotion comes, unless he had it on good authority that something was going to happen with Zhao that would hurt him, or if Zuko just spies on Zhao as a fucking hobby because Zhao's in competition with them. Who knows?
Hi, I'm back.
Hello. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome back.
I think that might be all I have to say about this episode. I'll have a lot more to say about the Bato episode, even though I can never remember it's an episode that exists.
I'm waiting for the fortune teller. I want to see poor Sokka be the only
r/atheism Sokka.
Yeah.
That came at a time when
Atheism
Lucia was
Sokka,
in her
yeah.
r/atheism times.
Oh my god, let's go.
Anyway, where that's getting into spoiler
Sokka being
territory.
cringe but right. I want to see.
But anyway, we passed the torch to Cal.
That should be a phrase right there. It's cringe, but right.
You're right, but at what cost?
Like the Big Lebowski.
But at what
You're
cost?
Wrong. You're just an asshole.
Yeah. So yes, we did have two people slide in, two of our regulars, in the middle of the watching thing. If they would like to introduce Cal, are you ready to speak?
Yeah, sorry. They just ordered my food and they didn't get my fries, and I'm very sad about it. I might cry.
Oh.
Moving right along. Hi,
that's a
I'm
crime.
Cal.
That's a
Sorry, I
crime
was
right there.
late. I shouldn't be emotional, but I legitimately am tearing up.
No.
Sorry, I was late. I am Kauthar Harak Sharif. I play Toph in our project. I'm also on the writing team. I like memes. I like puns. I'm here for a good time. Huzzah! Can you circle back to me?
Sure. Then we will move on to the other person who stepped in, Iris.
Hello. I am Iris V. I have done various odd jobs on the show, mostly in the past, and am set to voice Alua in the upcoming. Oh no! Now I'm blanking on the name. The search, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh. It's the and then a thing. It's tripping me up. Gosh.
Too many details. The search, the promise, the airbender, the last airbender. Too many D's.
I know.
Anyways,
It's hard.
you came in halfway through Blue Spirit, but your thoughts on it, if you have them.
Yeah. So what is sadly mostly from memory because I missed their first big scene is gosh, this has probably, in my opinion, the coolest fictional archers. Just period. They're top tier henchmen. No comment. They
As in a group, you mean?
yeah. Like I just I like those guys. They're or I guess they're not really. It's not really clear. Just their gender is archer. I think they're. Yeah, I just their coordination, the way that they're used in those scenes. I like the later seasons. I think get a bit more focused and more do more fancy things with the bending. But I still appreciate the more conventional martial arts focus of the first season, and I think this is a really good showcase of it. And obviously, well, that scene at the end with Aang and Zuko is, I think, really powerful, and I think it's a really good, not to pull the live action series into it again, but it's hard not to compare and contrast and to say like, yeah, no, less is more with those Zuko scenes. Like his minimal reactions and his sort of neutral expressions, just it's made clear that Aang is getting through to him on some level, but it's left pretty ambiguous where he's gonna go, and I think it's yeah, that is. I thought that little monologue that he had at the end was very powerful. I also think it's funny that they're within 2 seconds of seeing each other are just coordinating perfectly.
Okay.
Nah. I think that's about it. I think earlier in the episode where I hadn't seen it yet, they had yet another cool old people moment with like the apothecary lady.
Yes. Yes.
Which is always good. I appreciate how many cool old people there are in ATLA.
All the nice side characters. Alright.
And came in a little later, so that's it for me.
Alrighty then. Sorry, I'm still on where you said like their gender is Archer. Still on that comment.
Oh right, I guess this episode does also it shows you I guess just Zhao absolutely girl bossing his way up the Fire Nation hierarchy, and you actually get some modicum of explanation as to why he keeps on getting these promotions. It's just he's really good at updating a CV.
I guess so.
I was like bootlicker, seriously.
All right. Speaking of hang on. I don't want to transition into that. I was gonna.
I'm like wondering where you're going with that.
I was about to say I was gonna do the speaking off of the earlier thing, but no, I realized that would not be relevant anymore. Just hey, Dorn, tell us your opinions before. I'm already messing up enough tonight.
As an Archer gendered person, what is your opinion on this episode?
As an Archer gendered person.
My mind's buffering right now. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. But sorry, I couldn't stop myself because when it comes to Zhao, I'm actually gonna get that part out of the way because like I really do have this headcanon, and I think that what Luthia said earlier that these guys must have really like done some stuff like when they're growing up. They must have been like, the BFFs, cool kids like in school or something growing up. And I'm pretty sure that, yeah, like Zhao must have done a lot of stuff for Ozai to the fact that Ozai say, I won't forget this when the time comes. Because, I mean, I haven't seen enough of Zhao to be like, wait, is this guy that much of an apt, like, commander to all of a sudden go from commander? Wait, first he was captain not that long ago, right? And then we introduced him, but when we introduced to the show, in the show, he's commander, right? And now he's admiral. So it's kind of like, wow, what is he doing to get all there? Maybe you're right, Iris. Maybe it's the updating of the CV and his amazing cover letters. I wouldn't know because I'm doing job.
I guess sorry, actually, I just now thought of it. Is it because he arrested the sages a couple episodes back? Did that like actually get him his promotion?
That is the implication, yeah. Because like he does immediately after doing something that is good for the Fire Nation, he's immediately on the like, hey, go write a letter to High Command of what I did here today and how much of a good fireboy I was, and and include a copy of that speech, and so they can see how well I orate too.
Yeah, I guess it is a combination of just like, you did a thing, but it's just like, yeah, I'll give you a promotion so long as you give me some good reason to. And the capture was.
Yeah, that yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, but that definitely must have left like the impression there. But yeah, sorry, it's just like rewatching the show again. I'm just like this bloody Ozai bootlicker. Like seriously, I can't stand him now. In every scene I see him, I'm like this guy again. Like, and then another thing I noticed about Zhao. Well, this is like maybe a lighting thing. Actually, Curtis and Kate, I don't know if you guys noticed this. Maybe it's just me and I'm bugging out, but like. Within the actual fortress, I could have sworn for a second his eyes had the exact colors of a Sith. I could have sworn. And, knowing this is a Filoni directed episode, I'm like, but maybe I imagined it. But I could have sworn for like two little scenes, like when he left Aang chained up, and then when he was going to check on Aang, the lighting probably of the fortress, the dark lighting, it made me seem for a second that his eyes had, the red and the yellow that Sith do in Star Wars. And I was like, huh? Well, what is what? But hey, makes sense in a way because a lot of these firebenders, they do get their bending done through like their emotions, I suppose. But anyway, that was just an interesting thing I noticed on a rewatch. That I don't know what that's about, but it's interesting. But no, Zhao's eye color is like the golden-ish that a lot of Fire Nation people have. But yeah, within the fortress for a second, I was like, oh, interesting. And then the frogs. Yes, the frogs are so great. The frogs are such a great medicine, and like it's such a clever, like honestly herbal, I suppose, remedy, but it probably is based on actual remedies that can cure colds like that. So I really like that. And then the Yuyan archers, watching this episode again, I'm just reminded of the fact that I wish we had seen more of the Yuyan archers throughout the whole of the show, because they are a menace. Like, and I think that's also meant to sell the menace that Zhao is, due to the fact that he has all these resources, which is segues perfectly to my next point. Like, I always felt bad in that little scene of between Zuko and Naira, where Zuko is kind of like, how am I supposed to get the Avatar when Zhao has all these resources? It's only a matter of time. And then he mournfully says, "My honor, my throne." Like, that is like the way his voice cracks there. I was just like, it's kind of so sad. It's like, how much he's hinging on capturing Aang, but I just love that particular scene so much because he recognizes how the odds are stacked against him.
And the vulnerability that we get to see.
Yes, that as well. Yeah. I also just love the fact that he was I forget every time that this episode starts that he's casually just spying on Zhao there, like on the rooftops. Like, I know what you're doing, motherfucker.
What else are you gonna do, I guess?
I guess that's also why when he sends his messengers saying that the Avatar's search and captures a priority, he's not surprised when Zhao is. But I also like how Iroh just sassily just says like, "Oh, he got a promotion. Good for him." I always thought that was 100% sarcastic. But because he's a silly old man, like, they don't listen to him too much. But I like that too. And then also because the precision of the Yuan archers for me is the thing that really sells a threat. How they capture Aang is the first one, and then the other one, that shot that knocked out Zuko from that distance, it always amazes me. So that's why, just watching it all again, seeing them in action, I'm like, man, we really should have seen more of these fellas, because they are an elite force. Like, they really are, and they shouldn't be undersold on that score at all. So there's that. And then of course, there's of course the whole Zuko and Aang interactions where, not that it's foreshadowing anything yet, but I think I really do love the fact that even though Aang was shocked learning that the Blue Spirit was Zuko, which I believe he really recognized him from the scar due to the fact how much it covers his face, like even before he lifted it. Like, watching it again, I felt like that's why he was like, wait, hang on a second. I know that skin pigment. I know that skin pigment. And then he's like, oh, it's this guy again. So I love the fact that every time watching that scene that he's genuinely shocked by the revelation, and then he moves to leave, but his compassionate nature just is like, no, I can't let this guy, because if I leave him, he's gonna be killed or worse. Like, it's not gonna end well for him. So despite all that, he decides to save his enemy, and he still is his enemy. But I do also love the fact that he shares this particular tidbit of himself of he had a friend in the Fire Nation, which is why he feels like, well, I feel like if we had known each other back then, which was maybe a different time, maybe we could have gone along. Because I think that's what's also so powerful, that because he lived in a time that was so different to today, that I suppose that world illusion that he still had is shattered when everybody says, "Oh, we're at war," and Aang is like, "What are you talking about? I have friends everywhere. Why would there be a war for anything? Like, even people in the Fire Nation are my friends." So Kuzan, and I love that short, by the way, that comic short of him and Kuzan is just amazing. Honestly, I'd love it if they also animate that, because the Kuzan seemed like a fun fellow. But yeah, I just love that. that being that, and then also the fact that they really mirror when the two of them leave. Like Aang just like sad when he says when Sokka asks him, "Did you make any new friends?" Even though he was kind of still semi sick, and Aang literally mournfully just says, "No, I didn't." Like you could say like, so he definitely did make an effort there. That's what that showed. And then of course Zuko just going to bed, but before he goes to sleep, I always like that little moment he takes to look up at the Fire Nation banner in his bedroom. So kind of like, and he knows as well that, you know,
And of course, like his royal insignia, like his family.
yes, exactly, Iris, yes. And what I really love is the fact that, you know, he was of course taught growing up by Oza, compassion is a sign of weakness. And yet, Aang, his enemy, who didn't have to rescue him, but did anyway, like, what does that say about his teachings, like, and what he's been taught? So it does start that very slow,
Hence why he
questioning.
turns his back on the flag at the end, right? Because he's
Yeah.
having uncomfortable doubts. Yeah.
Yes, you said it perfectly. Yeah,
Yep.
you said it perfectly.
Like,
Yeah,
I think
but
real
I
briefly,
love
but
that.
even if he didn't have a redemption arc after that, I think that would have still been a very powerful, like, what could have been scene.
This would have been the scene that spawns all the what if episodes on YouTube. Like, what if Zuko had a redemption arc and stuff like that?
Yeah, exactly.
So back when only season 1 was a thing, because also wasn't this episode like for a time it looked like this could have been the last one of this season before Nickelodeon allowed more episodes to go, if I'm not mistaken.
Or that they only got one season?
Yeah, but before they knew it was going to be a 20 episode count. I believe I heard somewhere that Blue Spirit was like, could have been like, the way it ends as well, it looks like an open-ended end. Like, it doesn't look like...
I'm unfamiliar with that.
I just heard about that somewhere, but maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, that's all I got to say about this episode.
All right.
Love it.
I have only one big thing to say about this episode. Is something that this episode clicked to me when I watched it, for the first time, was I love it that this kids show justifies the reason of why they have to stay within like kids show rules. Because like when they introduce these super, efficient archers, I'm like, if they can do all this, they can send an arrow straight through the heart. So why are they bothering with all this? And the fact that they took the time to explain that, oh, we can't just not do that because it's a kid's show. We can't do that because if we kill the Avatar, he's simply going to go back in the cycle and we got to do this whole shtick again. So we got to hold him. So I appreciate that justification. And the show does it on a couple other times where it's able to justify the box that it has to be kept in because it's a kid show. So yeah, that's my one main thing. And then everything else people said. Alrighty then. Chris, are you ready to give your first opinions?
Oh man, I can feel the pressure. Ooh, no,
right.
but no, it's funny. It's funny you mentioned the whole thing about kids shows having to justify why they can't do certain things within the plot, because I'm currently rewatching the '90s X-Men, and while I think they did an admirable effort when it came to the action sequences, sometimes it can be very obvious that they couldn't do certain things, such as Wolverine and what he can do with his claws.
And yet, Professor X can make Magneto relive the Holocaust, and that was okay.
Oh man, that is a whole thing right there.
Yeah.
I saw that tweet actually.
Oh yeah. So
I was
Joel
showing it to
on-
Cade because he didn't grow up with it.
Oh, yeah.
So we wanted to show it to him before we watched the new one. And yeah, that scene came up, and we were just like, yep, you can't show blood, but psychic damage is fair game.
The funniest thing was I saw a meme of that, so I was like, oh, okay, he does on the show. I didn't realize it was the first thing he does to Magneto when he sees him.
Sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine.
I just
Doran was
learned
like
that. That
mentioning
is
the Yuan
brutal.
archers, and funny part about that is like when I was rewatching the Avatar, in preparation for the live action Netflix series, I sincerely completely forgot about them. So when I watched the Blue Spirit episode and they're like the first people we see, I'm just like, oh yeah, these guys. What happened to them? And so I was like messaging like a old college buds of mine, and I was like saying to them, do they ever appear again in the show? And one was just like, no. Well, they did have one of the members of the Rough Rhinos looks like a Yuan Archer, whether he was actually from the Yuan Archers or if they were just reusing a character design that's up for debate, it seems. So yeah, I thought that was kind of a funny thing right there. But yeah,
No, you are correct. He is canonically a Yuan archer.
okay, yeah, but yeah, I thought that was a funny thing. Like because they only appear in this one episode, I just like literally forgot about them. But yeah, but yeah, like a lot of like what you guys said about this episode, I think the thing I really love about this episode, and you mentioned how the storm was, comparing and contrasting Aang and Zuko, and if you like watch this episode alone, like you can pretty much guess where Zuko's arc is going to be going. Especially how during that sequence where they're trying to escape the base, how they go out of their way to show how Zuko and Aang are very good at working together, getting out of situations. It seems very natural. And also at the end when Zuko was like going to bed and he like sees the Fire Nation, insignia and then like turns away, before falling asleep, kind of very very subtly but effectively hinting at where his character is going to be going. So I thought that was really cool. I really like that little thing where Aang is running away from the Yuan archers and they're shooting at him. And he like pulls water in front of him, frozen, to block the arrows, and you kind of see 3 arrows like split each other, kind of like a Robin Hood type of thing. Yeah, and I'm just trying to think if there's anything else to add to it. I think that maybe all I have to say about that one, and I think that's pretty much it. The one little funny detail is that it's like a kind of a joke me and my college buds would do when we were watching the series in college. Whenever Aang like goes into that old lady's garden and is basically requesting her help or something like that, and we given like all the dialogue that's like going on, like we would joke around just like this feels like the beginning of a horror film situation.
Miyuki apparently did commit crimes and is on the Fire Nation's like most wanted list. So maybe it is the beginning of a horror movie.
Oh no.
They
Oh,
do
no.
mention that. They mention that in the show. So
It's like when the Earth soldiers leave, they're always in better shape than when they came in. At least they're not in pain anymore. Ooh.
And I just want to point out, Miyuki is not the name of the herbalist. It's the name of her cat. So her cat is the one that's wanted by the Fire Nation.
Oh yeah. One last bit before I like pass it on, but it's just like rewatching this episode again. It's like, and comparing it to the Netflix show, it's like from the point where Zuko like frees Aang, it's like, I mean, it's like the show pretty much kind of goes about it pretty 1-to-1, with the exception of kind of like giving more dialogue between Zuko and Aang, stuff like that, and also, which I mean I did kind of like it. It was a bit of a choice, kind of splitting it up into two, by knocking out Zuko again. That I will agree that was a bit of a choice that was made.
All right. Congratulations. Your opinion is complete.
Your opinion is now complete.
How did it feel to have an opinion?
Great. Now.
Haterade for the day that you're gonna hate. Iroh knew the Rough Rhinos and worked with them. He may have even led them at some point or ordered them. And they're the ones that burned down Jet's village and killed all the people. So, hey Iroh, where were you when Jet's village was getting burned down? I just want to talk, Iroh. Where were you at? Where'd you get that doll for Azula, Iroh? Hey, what's going on, Iroh?
Imagine if Jet
Where you at, Iroh?
Never ask a woman her age, a man his salary, or Iroh what he was doing 6 years ago.
Dang. Alrighty then. We have 2 left. Adam, you have thoughts.
Yes. Before thoughts, I wanted to share something with you, because last time because we were watching The Storm, I decided to make a Dark and Stormy, and then I checked what we were watching this time. I saw we were watching The Blue Spirit, so I was like, I should make something using a blue spirit. So I was inspired to create the Blue Spirit cocktail. It is a riff on a margarita. Basically, it's the same thing, just replace the tequila with mezcal, because he's Zuko. He's a spicy boy, so use the spicy version. And then instead of Cointreau, use blue curacao, because blue.
I
And
love the
then
way you said spicy boy.
what?
I love the way you said spicy boy.
Spicy boy. He's our fiery spicy boy. And then
We are the Spice Boys.
and then
We are
and
going to
then-
spice up your life.
And so yeah,
I understood
basically
the reference.
basically it's just a margarita. Replace tequila with mezcal. Replace Cointreau with blue curacao. And as for the rim, rim one half with salt, rim the other half with tahine. And I think you know why. Because tahine is red.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I'm not too knowledgeable on alcoholics, so I would not have. But interesting.
Tahine is actually a seasoning.
Ah.
It's chili and lime, and you can use it to
Interesting
rim your
combo.
glass.
This is an interesting sub-segment on these watch-alongs that I wasn't anticipating.
I will be posting it in the Discord and on my socials for those interested.
I
I
wanna say I know about tahine because I live in Texas, which a lot of people
Mhm.
pronounce it tagine. It's a silent J. Also, when you said mezcal, I thought you said mezcal, and I was like, so just regular cow then?
Okay.
The mezcal, MEZ.
No, I know what you meant. I was being dumb. Sorry.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, so I was drinking
Bad
it during,
jokes.
I was drinking it during the episode. It's a little funky at first, but once you start drinking it, you start to get the play between the mezcal and the other parts of the drink. Tahini works as a great seasoning or garnish. So,
Would you
yeah.
say that the flavors are at war with one another inside themselves?
No,
Almost like there's something dark
no.
and stormy brewing inside of the blue
Oh
spirit.
dear.
No, I would actually say that the different elements of the drink live in harmony.
Damn, so this is post development.
Hey
sounds like a
Adam,
mad-
if you can make a mocktail version, please let me know.
Mocktail.
Blue butterfly
fair.
pea to make it
That-
blue, I guess.
What?
Butterfly pea water, I guess. I don't know what you would use to replace mezcal. Probably use like ginger beer.
That works.
You see, yeah. That's what I say. If not, you'll probably figure out.
Ginger,
All right.
ginger beer, ginger ale. Anyway, thoughts on the episode?
Yes, Blue Spirit the episode.
It's always hard to go later because everyone said what you're already
Mezcal
thinking.
is made from
I feel your
agave,
pain.
correct?
It is, yes, roasted agave.
Okay, so get yourself a fizzy drink like a ginger beer or something and put agave in it. There you go. Bam.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
All right.
Mic drop.
Mm-hmm. All right,
Yeah.
so someone touched on this before, but I do like the inclusion of Kuzan, because there's only 2 mentions of Kuzan in the entire series. In this episode, and then it's also the alias Aang takes in the headband. And that sort of adds, I don't know, sort of a mystery. Like, it's so easy to introduce a character and then create a backstory for him. But the people who made the show thought it were prudent enough to say, no, we're just gonna give you this guy's name. You don't really need to know anything else other than that he was a friend of Aang, and that proves that the Fire Nation can live can be friends with the other nations.
And then it adds to a bit of mystery as well, so then people can speculate. Oh, who was Kuzan?
Apparently, Kuzan did appear in one of the comics, but very briefly. Yeah.
It's it's efficient storytelling with the added benefit of
Yeah.
it being thematically like consistent with the rest of the show, that Kuzan is a distant memory. Like that's just a good attribute for that sort of character to have within these confines.
Actually, I think about the only people we get direct flashbacks to are the people that we directly see in the present, that being Bumi and Gyatso, even though we only see Gyatso's remains for the most part. Those are the only ones we get like dedicated flashbacks to from Aang's past.
We get Boomy, Gyatso.
Yeah, there's stuff with the other avatars, but it's sort of its own thing.
Yeah, he talks directly to those. All right, but yeah, that is interesting. Is that about it from you?
Yeah, I do think like
I mean,
it adds that little tinge of drama that goes on.
I
It's the name
oh,
now.
one thing I want to say, Zhao's plan is stupid.
What, the release, you mean?
No, the fact that he is so against the Avatar dying. Keep him alive so you don't have to do it again. Fine, but you're going to let him go because you're afraid he's going to kill him. Sozin's Comet is coming in a few months. It's going to take like over a decade for the new Avatar to come to power. You're not really in danger of you're already going to win before the next Avatar comes. I know it's said that there is some hope that after Sozin's Comet that there may be hope to fight them afterwards. And it's not revealed until afterward that Sozin's Comet's just going to make it impossible to win afterwards. But
yeah, Zuko sure took his sweet time telling the gang about the genocide his dad was planning. Like,
yeah.
And also,
guys, we're gonna just play hippity skippity with the comet.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair here for a second, it's like when you see the flashback, it's like part of like his comments about the Earth people is what led Ozai to come up with that plan. So a part of me kind of wonders if one of the reasons he didn't say something sooner was like, well, one, because he thought he didn't really need to, but also he's like a little bit of ashamed because it's less like, oh shit, crap, I was responsible for that.
Right.
True story. That means that legally, there's nothing Zuko could charge Azula with that he is not also guilty of during the events of the show. He was just as involved in that plan as she was, in that they were present and neither objected and neither immediately warned any of the other world governments. So therefore, Zuko's really bad at politics.
I just want to know, what was the plan before Zuko said, "Oh, the Earth Kingdom's gonna fight back"?
They didn't have a plan, but I'm going to be honest with you. Those airships and the matching banners and the outfit were not made that night. I think Ozai already knew what he wanted to do, and he was just waiting to jump on it. Because Zuko's like, the people are going to fight back, obviously, and they have hope. And Zuko's like, all right, then burn the rebels' lands to avoid a bloody, protracted battle. They'll get intimidated. We'll arrest them. We'll rule the world. And Ozai's like, yes, genocide! Snorting cocaine off his arm, like fucking.
He was just waiting for someone else to say it so that legally he could be held accountable.
It's like the genocide equivalent.
I love the flavor you added, Lucia, that he's doing a line when he hears that.
Of course he is. Look at him. Also, I'm convinced he sent the kids to Ember Island. The whole reason the kids went to Ember Island and had the beach episode was because Ozai wanted to get all his airships and his fancy clothes and his banners ready. He's like, oh, but Zuko and Azula are going to want to be a part of it.
It's a
so
surprise.
needy. Like, he just had to get rid of that.
I think
If we're gonna conquer the world, we gotta do it in style.
Yeah, he had Lo and Lee take them away to the beach so that he...
It's like the war crimes equivalent of already disliking a show and then the creator gets cancelled.
Anyway, sorry, guys.
Wrapping things up for the last... Just a quick thing from chat. Someone asked what we think about Avatar Distorted Reality. It's apparently a fan comic. I looked it up while there. Are you guys much familiar with fan-related stuff other than ours?
I am, because I've seen everything. No, that's a Patrick
She makes it her business to be familiar with everything.
I think that is very interesting. The one thing that has always bothered me is that when they depict Sokka as being the one that's scarred, they always make it a knife scar, and I'm like, nah, dude, that should be frostburn. Like, let me see his face all messed up from ice. Like, yeah, Ice Lord, let's go. But no, I think it's actually really interesting. It's fascinating to see what they envision the Fire Tribe would be like versus the Water Nation, where they're the industrialized ones, and it's kind of hard to envision because obviously fire is a very big benefit for industrialization, but it is a fascinating look into how the characters would have been different had they been raised in basically opposite circumstances. Like Azula still has Azula personality quirks, but she's obviously the one who would die to protect Aang now, and Katara is the one coming after them, and she's the prodigy young bender. So it's
Well,
I've only seen a little bit of it, but I think it's very interesting,
Well,
and
see,
I love how creative this
quick
is.
comment, because now you got me thinking of it, because I mean, water is a huge part of industrialization, so the water tribe becoming industrial does still make sense.
Steam
Actually.
power,
Steam power, traveling around goods and all that stuff, lots of things. Anyways,
aqueducts, water wheels.
yeah. All right, last and definitely not least, our lovely Caltha, speak.
Me? Aw,
Yes.
okay. I had a morale boost because I made myself a baked potato, so I have 8 minutes left until I can eat it. So my morale is back up. I am no longer tearful from the lack of fries.
Yay, fry arc is complete.
That is a horrible situation to be in.
I literally that was the number one thing I was looking forward to, and Uber has just refused to refund me henceforth because I always have mistakes on my orders. That's my fault. Moving right along though, this episode is super freaking cool. I have a lot of thoughts. A lot of them have already been said, but I'm gonna say them again because I'm annoying. I like that. I like the crazy herbalist. She's so fun, and I 100% agree. She should have been in the White Lotus. She gives female Boomy energy. I feel like she and Boomy would be great friends, and also make everyone else in the room hate their lives. And I'm here for it. I love Azumi. She's great. That cat is on a wanted list, and they should be. They're dangerous and not to be trifled with. I really like how this is Aang. I like his impatience because he is such a sweet kid. He is such a good boy. But you see his almost borderline rudeness with the herbalist because he is so oh my god, my friends are sick. Oh my god, my friends are sick. Oh my god, my friends are sick. What do I do? I'm all alone. Oh my gosh. He doesn't have Katara being hey, let's figure out how to take care of this. Let's find something. He's all alone in this. Both of his companions that he would play off of, Katara with her nurturing, Sokka with his pragmatism.
It's so sad.
Both of them are out of commission. Both of them are babbling nonsense. If they're even coherent, most of them are Sokka's gone straight loopy. So he's alone in that, and those are his family. Those are his only people. If they're gone, what is he gonna do? How is he gonna complete his mission?
Those are his Nakama.
Yes, he would do anything for his Nakama. Don't trifle with them. Power of friendship. So I like that it gives a very real dynamic or depth rather to Aang's character because he is a very good boy. He is very much take care of the world and do the right thing and all that jazz. But also he's also a little 12-year-old kid who, if his friends are sick and he's all alone trying to fix it, he's gonna be scared and anxious and impatient and antsy and maybe not remembering his manners 100% of the time. Doesn't detract from the fact that he's still very good-natured, very sweet. He's just a little
angry
in that moment.
when Zhao disses him about his people being dead while he knows that the only people he has left are could die if he doesn't get back to them. Aang gets mad, and you know what? He was justified.
Oh, 100%. Everyone's justified against Zhao. Stupid micropeen Zhao. I like that bit, and I like also the bait and switch with the herbalist being this isn't the cure, this is Uzumi's dinner. She loves plum blossom. That's really fun. I love crazy old people antics. The Yuyan archers, as we've discussed, fantastic, amazing. I wish we saw more of them. Low-key, I forgot that's what their name was, but I didn't I very distinctly remember the face paint that was burned into my childhood memory. I loved that. That was so cool. Gender archer, 100%, love it. I like all the cool bits of Aang, how he utilizes his airbending, and we see it throughout the whole show, but I think this episode in particular was just really fun. And seeing Aang utilizing his airbending in a myriad different ways, and how he's dodging the arrows, and how he's putting the ice wall up, just a million different ways. Just all the ways he does when he's captured and when he's teaming up with the Blue Spirit. But I will get back to that later because I have thoughts about that. And then he gets captured, but I really truly think it's mostly because he stopped to get the frogs. He was I can't leave here without the frogs. I think if he was fully focused on evade, escape, hide, he might not have been captured. And then he gets captured, and it's by Doodoo-Face Zhang of all people. We hate him. At least I do.
I believe that is his full name, yes.
Which I liked that comment. It might have been Book 4 who made about the fancy Ozai stationery, they send love letters. That was hilarious. He was oh, it's from Ozai. It has his cologne, I can tell.
As you do.
So that was great. I like how this shows so much of why Zhao is terrible in many different ways. Like his braggadocio and his arrogance. Like, homie was like, oh, and I need glowing testimonials from all of the present officers. Like, you know he's finna write those himself and just have them sign them. Like, come on now, Zhao. Come on, who you fooling? And I also like to believe that Ozai 100% knows that Zhao is ghostwriting all of those. And it's like a game for him. Like he's like, oh yep, that line is Zhao, textbook Zhao. Oh yep, for sure. Oh, I know this officer. He definitely didn't say this. Like, I like to think about that.
100%.
Fun
100%.
game. Fun for the whole
Yep.
family. Fun for the family
Following
of
Zhao's
Ozai.
antics is his entertainment. They didn't have social media back then.
Also, I think it was Dorn who said he thinks they must have been like school friends. I never thought about that, but it makes a lot of sense. Because I was thinking, I'm like, Ozai has only come to power in like the last, like, what, 6 years? So he definitely had to have had like his own homies that he was like, let me put in power, let me lift them up.
Actually, he didn't. And we know this from
What?
Legacy of
Okay.
the Fire Nation. He was a fucking loser. He didn't have any friends at first. Like, he was just all about that study grind because he wanted to prove he was better than Iroh. And Iroh was out there being the hero of the Fire Nation and being in the military. Ozai didn't go to no military. He was just like a bookworm trying to be like, I'm
But
smarter.
that's kind of why I feel like that's the case, because I feel like not the majority were like, yeah, Ozai. So I think he had to like pick and choose people that he knew to put in power. Like I feel like Zhao might have been his dumb jock friend.
He
Maybe
would
not
have
to say that
been
he's
more
more
likely
skilled
to
than
give
him.
into nepotism because he would have less friends.
Yeah.
Maybe
Exactly.
Zhao bullied him one time, then realized who he was and sucked up to him for like the rest
Indefinitely. And then
Yeah.
Ozai was like, you owe me your life now.
of Yeah.
Makes sense, honestly.
That's
Um
a theory.
a theory, an avatar theory. I love just all of the blue spirit stuff. I think it's really cool how you see Zuko earlier, like listing very plainly and things that all of us have commented on, but maybe the show has never explicitly stated thus far. Zuko literally states he has all of the resources, all of this, he's all of that. There's no way I can compete with that realistically. And you see it get him down. And then it's like, but haha, the secret ingredient is crime. So I like all
You
the
are
blue
so
spirit.
tough.
Yeah.
You are so tough.
When in doubt, scheme. I'm sorry. It's the long con. I like all of the blue spirit stuff. Blue spirit is so flippin' cool. And this episode in particular, like restarted that part of my brain. It made me remember why Zuko is my second favorite character. And for a brief period of time, he was my all-time favorite. But I'm sorry, my boy Sokka has that position forever and ever. But this is really made me remember why I freaking love Zuko. All of the choreography when he's helping Aang escape as the blue spirit, all of that is mwah, chef kiss, glorious, amazing. I would die on that hill. Gorgeous, gorgeous stuff. Just beautifully dynamic, super interesting, I think it's really versatile in the ways that Aang is using his bending, the way that they're playing off of each other, and the ways that Zuko is deliberately not using his fire bending. I think that that's just really cool and really beautiful detail work on part of the writing team and the animation. Like having that bucket of water to splash the Fire Nation guard. Just all of the different ways how he uses his some of it is almost like it's bending moves, but with the absence of flame. Like his little breakdancing bits and whatnot. Gorgeous stuff. Love that. I love Aang's I love him frozen frogs. No, come back, frogs. Please be frozen again.
Yes.
Like that's so cute and wholesome. And also like I also talk to things that are not going to respond back to me, so hard relate. I love that. That was beautiful. Top tier Aang. Yeah, crappy Zhao, who's like, oh, you're a genocide survivor. Oh, that must suck. Yeah, bro, it does. Thanks for reminding me. You're a piece of shit. All of that. Also, like, can we talk about? Sorry, I was commenting in the chat, and with the whole he starts monologuing bit, but he literally has Aang tied up, and then in The Incredibles, how Mr. Incredible and his family are like strung up like that. That's literally how they have Aang strung up. And then Zhao starts monologuing. So that was he said this prepared speech, and that's like so classic Zhao. Like, dude, really? You just have to. It just. I'm not being articulate, but it makes his comeuppance so much sweeter. Like, yes, fuck you, Zhao. You want to run your mouth, and like you always get your ass handed to you, and it's gorgeous, and it's divine intervention of the universe, and I'm here for it. I also love like just the way they utilize the music, which I know James would speak to this if you were here. The Sungi horn in different parts, it has almost, I'm not gonna lie, it has almost like an Arabic music feel to it. In certain aspects, I'm like, ooh, like
That's because
I'm here for this journey.
It's using an Armenian double reeded Duduk.
There you go. It's the Duduk.
Which definitely has been in Morocco before, because it's in that region of the world. It spreads.
Yeah.
People share instruments.
Dude, we like that.
So it's based on they used audio convolution to combine the sound of a trombone or a French horn with a double reeded Duduk. So that's what you're hearing.
It's gorgeous and haunting and beautiful and powerful, and I am obsessed.
And it's
but also just the way
from the pirate episodes, because he got
yeah.
it.
I also noticed in that same scene that little like gemstoned monkey. Yeah, little bedazzled monkey statue. So yes, we love continuity. We love a callback. Same way how I think Adam was commenting about how they mentioned Kuzan. And we just get like a little snippet of here, but then it's brought back up later. I love that in writing, where like some little detail, some little tiny throwaway mention comes up again later. Like it's my favorite. It's my bread and butter, and I love it. But yeah, I love the way they use the music, how like the little bits where you see the blue spirit and you don't know for sure that it's Zuko yet, but you can suspect. And just the way it weaves the story, and also how other people mention like what's not being said, how it's so much more powerful than if you were saying everything straight out, flat out. I love the whole bit of like that, planting that little nugget of doubt in Zuko of like, hey, would we have been friends in another world, like in another situation? And Zuko not ready to process that, so he's just gonna get mad and shoot fire at you.
Attack.
But also not chasing Aang down with a fiery vengeance. He blasts him and then watches him disappear into the trees. Like, damn, that comment fucked me up, man. I'm not gonna lie, I gotta do some thinking.
Dang.
Yeah, that beautiful. Like, I don't know if y'all have seen Dane Cook, but he's like the little Tic Tac comments. That's what that made me think of. It's a stand-up reference.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, really, really great. I love all of the like hallucinating babble from Katara and Sokka, mostly from Sokka. I love that we get to see Momo's perspective. Pleasantly surprised that it's not like tinged red, because he is a little gremlin. I wouldn't be surprised if it was. It's just a really, really fun episode. I could talk about the choreography and the fighting, like just them working together without even knowing anything, like Zuko not saying a word as the blue spirit, and Aang just being like, hey, let's do this, hey, let's try this. Like, I think that just speaks to how like evasive and I don't know, I want to say versatile, and we talk about waterbending being very like versatile, but also airbending is very much like
very crafty.
Find another way. Where's the air gonna go? Oh, there's this crack in the ceiling, air can go through there. Like, it has so many applications and so many different ways and maneuverability, and just gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. I love it. I also like, what a harebrained scheme to take those little ladder things and like, here, hold on to this, grab this, and then use them to like stilt across. Madness. But like Zuko just does it.
Hey guys, I hate to do this because I really, really wanted to watch The Fortune Teller. Like, it's the one I have not shut up about since we started this, but I'm not feeling too hot today.
That is okay. We want you to feel better.
Stick it out, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it for the whole stream. So I don't know. I might have to dip soon because I'm really not feeling good.
No, your health is definitely top priority.
Sorry to interrupt you. You please.
No, you're good.
We have a couple of questions in chat if we want to answer them real quick, though.
Yeah, that's a gist of what I was getting at. I will end it there.
No, you go ahead and finish what you were saying. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm good. I'm done.
All right. Yeah, with some people. Yeah, we were talking about the Ozai Iroh animation in chat.
There was a question earlier. It was where is it? Before Zuko left, what was Ozai planning for him to do at Sozin's Comet then? Honestly, I think Ozai was planning to just leave them. I don't think he cared. I think he was just gonna be like, "This is my day, and kids aren't gonna ruin it." Like,
It's
Yeah.
Dad's turn to play now.
it's his wedding day, and he's gonna be beautiful, and those kids are not gonna ruin it for him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he really cared too much
Mhm.
what they were going to do. There was another question further down. What was it?
There's one at the bottom, yeah. How would Aang get along with your original character Doma if they were to meet? I feel like we should save that until after the full episode is released.
Oh yeah, because the full episode comes out tomorrow.
Yes. Ask that question again next week once all of once all the stuff about the character is out, because we don't want to spoil anything yet. Alrighty then. I think the last thing to mention is I'm really looking forward. I want them to eventually make an Avatar real-time strategy game so I can play as the Fire Nation. I can spam the Yu Yang archers at people and they'll get mad at me.
Right?
So, I get all the upgrades for them and everything. Where's it
So
happening? Alrighty then.
shall we go to the fortune teller then?
Yes, we will commence on to the next one.
I want to try to make it through
And,
this one at least because I really want to see Skeptic Sokka. Can
Alrighty
you
then.
find-
You should
tell
probably
us
be the
when-
first to comment then, right? For next episode.
The what?
Like Lucia should be the first to comment for next.
Yeah. We'll
I mean,
do-
Cade can still be here even if
Yeah.
I'm sick. Maybe he really
Like,
wants
if
to watch
you're- if you're
Bato the
looking
Water
forward to
Drive, I know.
watching this, then like if you
I
yeah,
am looking
if
forward to
you
watching
have the
Yeah.
energy at that point.
Don't you worry. Alrighty. Lovely people, we will see you on the other side of the Fortune Teller episode.
Fortune Taylor.
Returned.
I
The fortune teller.
freaking love Sokka in this episode. Like
Yes.
he's the cause of all of his own misery, but like he's still right, and it's such a
Yes.
good lesson. And you can
He's
be
so
right.
me.
Yeah,
He's so me.
You can be right and still fail to communicate that to other people, and just come off like a jackass. God, I love it. I know from a lot of people watched this as a kid. I was a teenager when it came out, and I was in my edgy art atheism phase, and
Yeah.
so I was like Sokka, where I was like, everyone else is dumb if you don't believe in science and rationale. One of my favorite lines
Yeah.
is
Get your
when he's like,
science is
Yeah!
when it rains. Yes,
Dude,
yes, it
Yeah,
can.
I was gonna highlight that too. That's so hilarious.
I freaking hated those villagers when I was a kid. Now I just
Yeah.
love this episode. It's so good. And I love that despite all the fortune telling, the message at the end is you make your own destiny. Because, yeah, they saved the village by making their own destiny. It's a good
It's
message.
like the Great Divide moral, but better.
Also, Aunt Wu should also be in the White Lotus. What the hell? Why do none of the old women get to be in the White Lotus at the end?
I have
Paku!
to agree. She's
Because
so great.
well,
I'm like wondering,
everything's
do
set-
all the old women in the series need to be part of the White Lotus?
Yes, all the old men
Yes,
were.
actually.
You're not wrong.
Have that be a twist at the end.
I'm telling you, I think they left Paku in charge of membership, and that's what happened. Zhang and all of them are gonna come back and be like, "Hey, Paku, can we see like those applications?" And he's gonna be like, "No." And they're
Well,
gonna
also, all those guys were combatants.
It's true.
But are we sure there's not another secret society of old ladies, like an alternate White Lotus, but for ladies?
Maybe.
Like
Maybe they
one-
have their own.
There is in book 4. Spoilers. I wrote it.
I just really want to
The group
see
is called the
scene
Aunt
where,
Wu Tang Clan. There you go.
It's actually the Order of the Immortal Peach, which is a symbol of the Immortal Mother, is the golden peaches. Yep.
Yeah, let's go.
I just want to see the meeting where the White Lotus just are punching the floor and the wall over, like once again, not having their invitation to Aunt Wu and the apothecary returned. It's like, God,
I
one
saw-
day we'll get them.
I saw some shippers, and no disrespect for anyone's favorite ships or anything, trying to claim though that Zuko is a better bender than Aang because they were trying to make the prophecy fit for Zuko. And I was like, listen, ship what you want, but there ain't no world where Zuko's a better bender than Aang. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I love Zuko. He's my fave, but come on, be real.
Zuko is a serviceable bender. He's not a powerful bender.
And by the end of the show, after all the lessons, I may even say that he is a very talented bender, but he is not the greatest bender. Like his sister was matching it blow for blow while she could barely walk straight from a mental breakdown, and that was him at his peak. Like, let's be real here.
Yeah.
It's tough to
There's a reason why he learned swords to compensate.
Yeah.
I don't think this is canon, but what if it's tough?
What if it's tough? Yeah,
it's a tough pill to swallow that Zuko is the only member of the gang who is not a bending prodigy.
We were joking when we were watching that there always
Sokka.
seems Sokka has like a
And
kink
Suki.
for fire. Cause like when that one guy was like talking about true love and Sokka lost it, there was flames behind him. And we were laughing because if you remember in the finale, he draws that picture of everyone, but he draws Suki firebending. And when they ask him why, Sokka's just like, I don't know. I thought it would look
You
cool. Like,
It's more exciting that
I
way.
thought it looked dramatic.
and then we were like, dude, Sokka so has a kink for firebending. And you just know Suki's just like, ugh, Sokka, come on. He's like, it's so dangerous.
It's not my fault.
This-
You were prancing around in a Fire Nation 2
Is
piece
this-
for the
is this how you're
finale.
gonna get- Is
To
this
quote
how
the
you're
great
is this how you're going to get your Azuka talking points in, Lucia?
No, actually, I was actually
Oh,
making
God.
I was making a Zuka joke because we were talking about people shipping the water siblings with Zuko. Zuka is actually the new hot ship on the block after Zutara. So I was gonna be like, hey, check it out. Zuka confirmed. Freaking Sokka and Fire. Maybe he developed that excitement for Fire because of this episode. Him and Aang saved the day from a volcano. Katara was there doing heavy lifting too, but fire is exciting.
Quote the great Varric when it comes to portraying Suki as a firebender, just like never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Yeah. I like to imagine Suki with like a lighter just being like, woo, and Sokka's like, ooh, baby, let's go.
Oh god, don't tell me
Oh,
Sokka
no.
is
The
hot
heat is
wax.
on.
Yo, maybe that's why he doesn't like the hippie concerts in that one comic, because everyone busts out the lighters when the songs start playing, and Sokka's like, I gotta get out of here.
Oh no.
One like little moment from the Netflix show that I thought was actually kind of neat and funny was that a part of me kind of liked how in the Netflix show they showed Sokka actually getting into the hippies music in that one. I thought that was kind of like a nice little inversion right there.
Okay. Is that all your fortune teller thoughts, Lucia?
I think my final thoughts are, even episodes like this, which are considered filler by some people, I think are so important for characterizing our characters. Like Katara, for all the ways that she is smart and driven. At the end of the day, she's a 14-year-old girl. She got real hyped about fortune telling, about her romance and her family and her kids. Like, it's a totally normal thing. Sokka, for all the ways that he is a pragmatist and a good leader, is also a neurotic little gremlin, and he will freak out if people go against what his logic tells him. Or even Aang trying to flirt. And like, the truth is, Aang, you have so much riz when you're not trying. Look how much you rizzed up literally everyone in the Fire Nation during the headband. But when he's trying, he's like,
Hell, you have Meng
He was
literally
Meng without
salivating
even
over you.
trying in this
Yeah.
episode.
Yeah. Also, Meng is voiced by the same actors as Toph. Speaking of Toph.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought she
I-
sounded
How that
familiar.
happened right
I
there.
think I'm gonna have to go lie down because I'm not feeling too hot. But I'm glad I made it to this one. GG's. I'm sad I'm gonna miss
Yay.
Bato of the Water Tribe because I have so many things I want to say about Hakoda and Bato. So many things, but I really need to lie down. So I love you guys.
I hope you feel better soon.
Yes.
Thank you
Feel better.
guys.
Take it
Episode
easy,
5.
Bye.
Episode
Have a
5
good night, love.
tomorrow. Good night, guys. Episode 5 comes out
Bye.
tomorrow.
Yay.
wanna give
Rejoice.
your-
Set your watches.
Do you have any thoughts you want to give about the fortune teller?
Sokka is hilarious this episode. Other than that,
Can you give us
Do
your
that.
best Sokka? Yes, it can.
Yes, it can. Lovely.
Wait, is Kate having thoughts? I got confused.
Yeah. It sounded like. That concludes Kate's thoughts.
Can I go next? Can I go next?
I love Kaz's enthusiasm.
Okay. Yeah. It looks like that concluded Kate's thoughts. Alrighty then. Yes. Speak.
My I love this episode. It's super fun. Obviously, I adore the iconic "Can your science explain why it rains?" Yes, it can. Beautiful, lovely. We love to see it. I quote that on a consistent basis, even without rewatching. Like that's in my reference catalog, ready to go at any given moment. I do like the message of, as much as people are putting so much stock in fortune telling, the end message is you make your own destiny. Because I think that there's a lot of parts of Avatar that are very much like, this is destiny, this is fate, this is, your path, it's unchangeable. And I do believe in fate, but I also believe in free will. And a lot of people don't seem to understand how the two work together. Like, they're like, oh, well, if everything is fate and everything is destiny, then there's no such thing as free will. And I'm like, that's not the case. That's a reductive kind of line of thinking. So I do like that this episode is a mixture of fate is a thing, but also your actions shaping fate is a thing. I think that's very nuanced and very on point and personally accurate to me. I do love Sokka losing his shit at everyone, and I love just utterly unbothered the townspeople are. Like the one guy getting attacked by the platypus bear, he's like, but I did have a safe journey. And even at the end, he's like, well, she said it wasn't going to be destroyed, and it wasn't. I relate with Sokka just wanting to punch him in the face, but I also I admire that level of just unbothered. I aspire to such a chill level. I like how Aunt Wu she's a kind lady. She's not just some hokey scammer. Like she practices her craft well. A lot of people put a lot of faith in her, and she doesn't abuse that power necessarily. Like there is that one moment where she tells Aang that she sees romance, even if she didn't necessarily, but she wasn't trying to lie to him to get him to pay for something or anything like that. It was just she saw that that's what this kid needed to hear, and it wasn't a lie because it wasn't that it wasn't going to be true. It was just kind of open ended, and I think that does put a lot of stock into her own personal belief of we make our own destiny. Um, so I do like that she's like a kind-hearted lady, because I feel like a lot of the times in TV and media, if we're shown fortune telling, it's either this like all powerful power entity, whatever, and it's either like all encompassing and like super accurate and super plot relevant, or it's some like shisty scammer like abusing their power or abusing people or taking advantage of people. So I like that this was a nice middle ground. It was a nice lady with good intentions, and her power might not have been all, all great, all encompassing, but at the same time, it wasn't totally dismissible either. And I think that that's a nice, like, mystical, open-ended way to handle it, especially in the Avatar universe. I do think, as Lucia said, like, it's cute that you see the gang being kids. Like, yes, they're all amazing, super capable, and are dealing with a lot of mature and heavy stuff most of the time. But in this episode, like was mentioned, Katara is geeking out like a teenage girl. Sokka is getting up in arms about being right, but no one accepting that he's right. Aang is like getting distracted over his crush. So I think those are all really like normal kid stuff. But at the same time, when push came to shove and it's like, hey, the village is in danger, they're still able to step up and do what they need to do to save lives. So that's really nice. I like the guys' red shoes. I just think they're cute. I remember thinking they were cute as a kid and wanting a pair. Red is my signature color. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, I wanted to notate, I noticed it this watch around. When they steal the book and they're up in the clouds, like reshaping the clouds in Katara, and you see Katara being like, oh, I found the picture for Volcanic Doom, and she holds up the book just as like a misty cloud passes in front of it. So we don't actually see the shape until the grand reveal when Aunt Wu is dragged out to look at the sky. So I really liked the way that that was staged. I think that that was really, it was just really, really cool and really well done, because it shows like how they know that and where they got that from, but it also doesn't like spoil the big reveal by giving away too much. I think that was just very artfully done with having the wisp of cloud come in right then at the perfect second to cover it. And it kept the flow of the scene, like the pacing of that was really nice. This was a really fun episode. I love it. I like that we get to see a new kind of animal like the platypus bear. I like that we get to see these eccentric, idiosyncrasy-ridden townspeople. Like, I always love the NPCs or the background characters in Avatar. They're a lot of fun. The extras are always so fun. And all those, like, little weird, quirky towns that they go into, I just enjoy that so much. And this was a really fun episode. Thank you.
Yay! I was about to say, yeah, that's lots of good stuff in terms of the fortune-telling themes and the children being children. All right, flipping back up to the top here. I'm going out of order. Adam, speak.
I had to make sure that I wasn't muted. Yes, this episode was really fun. I really do like Meng. She's very fun, and Jessie Flowers' performance was really good. I'm really glad they decided to bring her back as Toph. One thing I'd like to point out, I'd like to say though that it's interesting that it does portray Sokka in the right for the most part. But I would like to say Ame's predictions do come true a lot. To the point that in Legend of Korra, if you remember this episode, Anwu says that Katara is going to live to see her great grandchildren, and that Sokka is going to live a life of anguish, mostly self-inflicted. In Legend of Korra, Katara is old enough to see her grandchildren grow into at least adolescence, and Sokka is dead. So she has a good track record on that point. And I do think it's funny that when she casts the bone into the fire to show Aang's future and it explodes, and that's treated as a cliffhanger to the commercial break. And then we come back for a commercial break, and she's like, "Oh, you're going to have a giant battle, and the fate of the world will be in the balance." And the payoff to that is, "Yeah, I already knew that. Can you tell me if I'm going to get a girlfriend?" I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, that is a very good bit.
Mm-hmm. The fact they worked the commercial break into it.
Yeah, the bait and switch for that.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, I was also in that our atheism phase, and going back to watch this episode, I'm like, ooh, I am so Sokka in this situation. Why are these people so dumb? And then looking back now, I'm like, I mean, yeah, he's still right for the most part, but also he's being a dick to everyone. But
Yeah.
also they make those townspeople out to be stupid. So, like they have the survival instinct of a gnat.
It's a bit more morally gray. Like Sokka is correct, but he's not like, he's not being very very good about it, and like the townspeople, like, they're also, it's can be infuriating how aloof they are, but I mean they're still having a good time ultimately.
I think it speaks a lot to it's not always the most important thing as to what you're saying, but how you're saying it. Like that tends to be what's received sometimes more than what you're actually saying. And then also that you don't need other people to acknowledge that you're right. Like being assured in your rightness is sometimes enough. And just leave it at that. Let it go. It's not worth the aggravation.
Mm-hmm. All right. Is that your thoughts, Adam, then?
I think so, yeah.
Alrighty. Chris.
Adam was like mentioning about the townspeople having like terrible like self-preservation, and watching this episode again, I just like thought of something. So Aang is like going up to this couple asking, "Hey, where'd you get that flower? Panda lily? Was that what it was called? Panda lily?"
Yeah.
And so it's like they cut, and Sokka and Aang are like trying to get the flower. So you're thinking, okay, the couple must have told Aang where they got the flower, and they get up to, apparently they got at the top of that volcano where it's like near the crater where the lava is. So I'm like picturing my head. So did one of them like climb up the mountain, got up to the top of the volcano, saw all that, and just like and they're just like, "Oh, whoa," and then they saw the flower, and they're like, "Oh, here's a flower," and then they just like walked away.
I've thought about
Maybe.
that countless times myself. I'm like, how did they get their flower?
Maybe they got theirs a couple
Someone's
days
not
ago,
holding-
and
Well,
it didn't
he
look as bad.
probably saw the lava too. It was like, Wu probably knows that's just gonna stop.
So he said, "Not my problem. I don't get paid enough for this."
I mean, that has to be the implication right there. It's just they saw
That's
saw it
above
just
my
like,
pay grade. Aunt Rue knows what she's doing.
Wait, I get paid? Oh man, but yeah, I didn't think of that till watching this episode, and just like, so I just thought that was a really funny thought. One little detail that I find funny is like when the gang is meeting up on that guy, he's like dodging all the platypus bears like strikes, and they're all like giving him advice on how to like get away from them, and it's like all basically different advice on how to like ward off animals in real life. Like one of them is like punch it in the nose. That's like how you get sharks away from you. And then like the other one is like running zigzag. That's how you run away from alligators or crocodiles. That sort of thing. I thought that was a good detail right there. And let's see that. Yeah, but yeah, this is just a really 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 funny episode. Really funny episode. I mean, that's most of what I have to say about it.
Alrighty then. I will go last this time around. Skip to Dorn.
Well, I don't have much to say, honestly. Chris honestly summarized what I was gonna say, which is like, yeah, this was a really funny episode, and yeah, seeing Sokka go all kinds of crazy, just just to show that Wu is wrong is so great. And honestly, yeah, I also like the fact that this episode does hint at the because this I don't see as much in shows and movies that I consume these days. But like this episode, what I liked so much, particularly in the writing, is that they do hint, in a way, the future romance between Qatar and Aang, but it's done in a way that then it's developed organically over 2 books. I wouldn't say with, but they planted the seeds
They
here.
take their time.
Yeah, exactly. And they sparse it and they sprinkle it out, and I feel like that is just it's a much, for me personally, it's like a much nicer way to sort of like consume that instead of just like shoving it in our faces like they're a thing now, and it's like wait, what? But and that it doesn't distract, yeah, from the main plot, really, because for me that's like pretty essential. And then I also like the fact that, yeah, Wu, yeah, obviously a lot of people can say stuff about Wu, but I do like the fact that she kind of felt bad for Aang and decided to do that random reading about her, the romance, but also she gives Aang the lesson that's, of course, you all have beautifully articulated, which is the whole thing of like we make our own destiny. And then, like as Kao said, like regarding like Sokka, like, yeah, it's not just like what you say, it is how you say it, because to be fair, he did come across as like so over the top and hostile that of course the people were not gonna listen to that. But and then of course I also do love Sokka's also like awe of Aang's ability, because definitely what he did there was no small feat with the whole with airbending regarding the lava and like freezing, almost like freezing it in its tracks.
Yeah, most
like
definitely.
so it definitely does remind us that in terms of airbending, he's just the kid is definitely like mad talented. But
Ooh, can I piggyback off something you said, Dorn? Is that okay?
yeah, sure, go ahead.
It just reminded me of something I wanted to say. I like how Sokka was, like, how he was helping Aang without realizing, like, when he was trying to help Aang, he was not helping Aang. He was way off base. He thought Aang was talking about Ming. But the fact that it was Sokka who said, "Oh, Aang," I forget what a powerful bender Aang is, and that's like what triggered in Katara's mind of like, huh, I never thought about that. You're right. It's like the whole of Aang has so much charisma when he's not trying. It's that same thing, like the pieces falling into place once you stop trying to force them. I don't know. I just thought that that was like a really cool moment. Because earlier he's purposely trying to help Aang with romance, and it's way off base and not working. And then without even meaning to, he's planting the seeds of having Katara be like, huh, I never thought about that. I just thought that was really cool.
Yeah, for sure. I actually thought the seeds being planted was him like doing the whole smoochy
Yeah.
after Aang gave her.
But I don't think that I think that what might have pushed Katara away, because that triggered Katara to be like, oh, leave him alone.
She's
He's a
friend
sweet
zone.
little guy like Momo. Which, like, for the record, it's kind of super messed up to liken any of your friends to like a little animal, because like they're people, they're not they're not just a furry friend. Which
Watching that scene, honestly, I was thinking, damn, that's how you get friend zoned, like in a split.
I don't even think it's
same
friend
house.
zone. I think it's just plain like patronizing. Because
The
I have
worst
feelings
you could
about
say
their
is
friend
no.
zone as an entity. Yeah, I have feelings about the term the friend zone as a concept, as an entity. But like, I just think in general, to your friends, people who you value and respect and you care about, you don't liken them to a small creature or an animal. I don't know. It just seems very patronizing and almost dehumanizing.
As
I
someone
know
who
she
has
didn't
read
mean
a
it
lot
that
of queer
intensely, but
spaces,
not great.
you do that in very specific circumstances. There's a time and a place, and it's not most of them.
True, but like also I feel like you could liken somebody to an animal and then list attributes like, oh, so noble, so smart, so this. But when you're just being like, oh, they're just a little guy, like it's almost infantilizing. I can't say that word. Babying them, like
Infantilizing?
turning them
Yeah.
thank you. Infantilizing them.
That's
Yeah, so it's very, very patronizing and it has a yucky vibe to me. I didn't care for that. I knew Katara. I mean, she didn't mean it that deeply, but also, come on, Katara, read the room, my girl.
The rare Katara L.
Yeah. Also, like the way Aang's like expression like was crestfallen, like that should have been like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't have said that. Also, actually, this is actually something I forgot from the last episode. I just remembered about Momo. Actually, what I love so much about that little moment in the scene where Katara is trying to explain to Momo the concept of water, but obviously Momo doesn't understand, and that's why he cocks his head, which is kind of like a way of like telling us like, what do animals hear when they hear us humans like talk to them? And spoiler, it's not the same words that are coming out of our mouth.
In
personally-
Momo's case, he just
Basically, it's
keeps
like
on
Charlie
hearing the
Brown.
command
Everybody's
to
like,
go and do crimes.
Rugrats did the same thing when they had that one episode where you see it from Spike's perspective. Anyone remember that? Anyone remember that? Yeah.
Yeah, I love me some Rugrats. Tommy Pickles all the way.
I personally
Tommy Pickles was my first exposure to Jewish representation in media, and it made me so happy. Him and Harold from Hey Arnold.
True.
I was gonna say, I personally subscribe to the Arthur version, where you only hear them say blah 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 blah, but when we get to the important words like the pet's name or things like bacon, then they're like, ah yes, I know what that means.
Yeah.
That's actually a really good point, Curtis. The Arthur one is peak.
Like when my dog said, when I say to my dog, "Gotta go, Peeps," he knows that means he's gonna be let outside.
It's true.
It's actually really clever right there. That's really clever.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. Thing.
I do want to mention that just like how funny Katara is in this episode. Like rewatching this, I'm just like, wow, she's like really hilarious in this. I mean, she has a lot of.
Aw, I hate
over
papaya.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sometimes I kind of wonder, did Aunt Wu like intentionally give like the food that she knew Katara would hate or something like that?
I was kind of feeling that too. Yeah.
I knew she's gonna hate this. So
I feel like I feel like if anyone papaya or mango, it's always gonna be mango. It's not even a question. I'm not hesitating. It's mango, hands down.
Yeah.
It's like Aunt Wu's little revenge right there.
She probably saw Katara eyeing the mangoes earlier that day. She's like, you know what? Enough is enough.
Enough is enough.
This is where I draw the line.
Real quick, we got. Oh, how do I pronounce that? That's a lot of letters and numbers. I apologize. We got JB 8275. I apologize. I say it like that, but talking about how like there's love is very centered to this episode, and bringing back some of the quotes where Iroh says, you know, perfection and power are overrated. You would be very to choose happiness and love, and then May telling Azula, you miscalculated. I love Zuko more than I fear you. But yeah, because we talked about it before, the one line, you know, it's not about fighting what we hate, but saving what we love last week. So.
Yeah, and I think Lucia has in Surfer mentioned, and she's talked about it plenty of times, that choosing love over fear is a thematic thing throughout, and especially in the last episode. I don't know if y'all remember a while back, but Lucia had done a thing for like Sokka choosing to save Toph and throwing away his space sword. What instead of like trying to fight the guards was choosing love over fear. And then like all of the things just going down the list. Ugh, I get emotional talking about it. But yeah, it's a big part thematically of Avatar. And like what are the priorities? What matters to us in the scope of things? When everything's on the line, when everything is high stakes, what is really important? And I think that's a recurring theme throughout the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Dorn, did you have anything else to say?
Oh no.
Covers it. All right. Real quick. Hi Talon, welcome. You have missed 2 out of 3 episodes. We got 1 left, and most of the people have said their piece. We have Iris left and myself. I'm going to let Iris go first.
I'm one of those two.
Yes, you're the only one left to give their opinion are the 3 of us, soon to be the 2 of us.
Yeah, no, I am about. It's true. I'm about to subsume you and just, you know, like become the dominant personality, and then there will be, you know.
All hail Iris! All hail Iris!
Yeah, that's the spirit.
The blue spirit?
No.
But
I'm an episode too late for that one.
No. I think like it is interesting how they're tying fortune telling into the spirit world and how it's kind of an inexact science at the best of time, but that's the best of times. But there's also hints that some people do have these can sort of tap into the spirit world and see things beyond just our own world, but also that this is that even Andrew herself doesn't really seem to fully understand what's going on. She's just kind of going with it. She's some degree of con man, but also she's clearly like, she does have the best interests of this community in mind, and she wouldn't have been that beloved for that long if she didn't at least put in a genuine effort to put their minds at ease. Like it's even if you just view her as sort of uh riding along and then like sort of, I guess, for lack of better term, taking advantage of the community. Like she isn't giving them nothing back. Like even if you take the most hostile interpretation of her
I
character.
hate to say this because we literally just talked about not comparing people to animals, but she very much is like her role is she's like a therapy dog. She is there to give good vibes. That is her function.
I suppose. Yeah.
In ways, almost a therapist, because people are going to her with, like, maybe not a therapist, but a counselor. 'Cause people are going to her with their grievances, with their fears, with their concerns, and she's putting them at ease or giving them reassurance or helping them navigate confusing or scary aspects of life. Oh, this trip I have, am I gonna get hurt? Am I gonna be bad? And she's using her talents or her craft to help people. And so in a way, even if it's not based in science, quote unquote, if it's not, a psychologist or actual therapy or any of that, it's still a counselor, which is, I would say, a step up than a therapy dog. But yeah, definitely helps for good vibes, very conducive to that.
Yeah. No.
Almost like I don't want to say like a village elder or a village shaman or something, but like someone you consult about your worries, and like they give you wisdom or a ruling or what have you. I mean, it's still up to the person what they do with that information, but I don't know. I'm rambling now. I'll stop.
I like that a lot of her readings are like the more I know I have issues with certain types of fortune telling because things like horoscopes are very rooted in the idea of, oh, you're born this way and therefore you have that fate, which is like you might imagine happy
Yeah.
trans day of visibility. There are reasons that I'm not that like on board with that sort of thing, just on a spiritual or on a philosophical level. But like I think there's also, as someone who doesn't necessarily put much stock in fate or fortune telling, I still think that things like tarot reading or, like reading the clouds, that sort of thing, can still give you a way to sort of recontextualize your current situation and force yourself to have a different look at it. And I think that, like, even as someone who is at the lower end of putting stock into that sort of thing, I still think there's value to be had. So that is like, sort of, I guess, the perspective I'm going into this episode with. I can't say I'm on Sokka's side because this episode is where they reveal that he's a pickup artist. Like,
and that's
where-
why
where
you
he
disagree
starts.
with him, not because his facts or logic are wrong, but because he's a pickup artist.
Because he starts to like Agda that, hey, you know what you gotta do? You gotta nag this girl. I don't know.
The sad thing
Like,
is, also, yeah, he's wrong, but who's gonna know better than him in the group? It is gonna be him.
Exactly.
True.
I want to know, where is Sokka getting, like, where does he base his information off of? Like that line where he was like, flowers are fine once you're married. Like, did he see Hakoda give their mom flowers? I just have so many questions.
I'm guessing
I
he just
will-
hung out
I-
with like his
listen,
dad's
I would-
military
I
bros.
would-
I mean, I'm
too.
sure he's like hung out with his
I-
father and the rest of his friends, and he must have heard things. Like that's what I figure.
I would incline to agree with you if not for the fact that there is demonstrated evidence in the rest of the series that Sokka is overpowered in the Riz department.
No, I don't deny that, like, girls like him. I like him. He's charismatic. He's cute. He's capable. I get that. He's funny. Hello. But my question is, where does he get like this basis of knowledge? Like the flowers are fine once you're married thing. In the North Pole, there are no flowers pretty much all year round. So I just have questions.
Well, maybe that's
Hey,
why he said save it
patriarchy is a
until
heck
you're
of a drug.
married. Because, well, think about it, in the Water Tribe, flowers are incredibly hard to come by. You wouldn't think about doing that unless, like, you had the means to invest.
Unless it's like, you know how the boats would go out. Maybe they'd go out far enough inland that there's vegetation, there's flora, and then they bring it back. So it's like after a long journey sort of a thing. I don't know. I have questions because we've only really seen him with Suki thus far in any kind of capacity.
Mhm.
So I'm like, is the rest hearsay? Is it just what he's seen around him and he's filling in the blanks as he sees fit? I don't know. I have questions. Hi, welcome Zilla. How's it going?
Yeah, welcome.
Hey, welcome.
Doing all right. Just got home from work.
Alrighty. We're just wrapping up discussion on the
Oh, that's right. Yeah, this yeah, we are just like I think we still have
Was it
one
the,
person after me if I haven't like
Was it
succeeded
the
that
me,
personality then.
fortune teller
Mhm.
episode?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
And just one more small thing I wanted to say is I love how succinctly and how with good delivery, I suppose, they address, because it must have been a question in some people's minds at this point in the show of like, hey, Zuko is a prince and his dad's a firebender and like Agnes from this whole generation, like, is it all just genetics? And they address the genetics and bending thing incredibly quickly in practically a throwaway line with just the kids who are clearly like
Oh, good
coded as
point,
twins
Iris.
going like,
Oh,
I'm an
yeah, you're
earthbender,
right.
I'm not.
I'm not. Also, it's such a kid thing to like answer a
It's so
question
good.
nobody asked you. Like nobody asked who's not a bender, but
Yeah,
it's such a
like,
kid
oh,
thing.
I don't
Your
know.
sibling talks. Oh, I'm gonna weigh in also. Like that's so
I want
cute.
to be. I want to
I
be part
love
of the
that line.
conversation.
Because it's like I like that banding isn't purely genetic, and I like that they just express that by having two clear twins, or having the second clear twin just raise his arm, going, "Oh, I'm not a bender." I love that.
I
kid.
literally never
So
thought
good.
about that before. That's a good observation.
Yeah.
Yeah, good catch, Iris. Good catch.
Yeah. Zilla, I know you weren't there with us, but if you have some quick fortune-telling thoughts before I say my last piece, speak.
I
Did you like
Not
the
re-
episode, even though you haven't seen it?
I've seen it enough times. I
Yeah.
like it.
Alrighty then.
You got what's her face? Was by Michaela Murphy. He like before Toph comes along.
What? Oh yeah.
man.
Meng.
Mang, yes. Yeah, that's neat.
Interesting detail. Yeah.
It's
Alrighty then.
salty at the end.
Floozy.
The way she says it too. I'm so glad she got brought back.
Dropping the swears.
You're
Yeah. All right.
salty. Jelly.
Yes. All right. So here's my final thoughts. This is interesting because I mentioned it before. Prior to this episode, the only time that we refer to the fact that Aang has a thing for Katara was in the very first episode. We went the entire half season without it being touched upon, and then this is the episode where we brought it back. And I do think it's very interesting. I actually forgot that Aang was actually fully ready to actually confess to Katara right there. It almost happened, but she just didn't hear. Which is just like, oof.
That's rough, but
That's
that's
rough,
rough, buddy.
Oh yeah, and Aang being hardcore friend zoned early on.
Yeah.
He's just a good friend, a sweet little
Sweet
guy.
little guy,
Just
just
like
like
Mom.
Momo.
And that meek little thanks.
Yeah. That's
I could
but,
feel that.
and I mentioned it a bit before, but I think this is a much better version of the moral from Great Divide. it's not, it like is Great Divide is just like sometimes you should just lie sort of thing. Whereas this was much more like, okay, they understood that these people would only arrive at the solution that would save them if they went about them this way, and it was less about a deception and more about realizing how these people could be reached. And just like
it was the only way to get through to them.
Yes. So it's much more apparent that it's like, okay, they did the fortune telling thing because all these people, regard the fortune teller, and this is the only way they can get him to take him seriously. So when in Rome, sort of thing. And then finally, final thought. We got, or it's just more like I sort of couldn't tell before, like, because Aunt Wu wasn't charging anything, but I've sort of got the thing. It's like she gives the villagers their good vibes. She acts as the counselor, and in turn they give her that shop for her to work on. I presume she doesn't need to pay any rent, and like I don't know, she just gets food whenever she needs it.
I mean, I don't see anyone overpaying her. You know what I mean? Like, and people consult her for everything. Like I feel like she's like a community leader, like a spiritual leader in a way.
She is like a I guess like a government paid for service or something like that.
Yeah, I think the people they value her contribution to the community, and I think they just make sure that she's taken care of. But I don't even see it as like a bribe or anything, because she seems like she's pretty, like she says what it is, even if people don't necessarily like it. They just have such a wholehearted blind faith in her that they're gonna be accepting of whatever she tells them, even if it's not necessarily great, because things seem to be working out for them.
And immediately to Sokka, she was like, "Your future is full of struggle and anguish."
Yes.
Immediately. Immediate.
Zilla, I need you to voice like old people characters, because that was so fun. I need to hear more of that. That was brilliant.
Alrighty then. I believe that just leaves us one episode for tonight. Bato of the Water Tribe. Known for being of the Water Tribe.
Would you mind if I went early for the next one, because these do run very late for me.
Yeah.
And then can I go after Iris, if that's okay?
Of course.
I also was gonna leave already, but I'm trying to hold out.
Okay, we appreciate it. Last things from chat. Talking about what you mentioned before, Toph and Kai's parents are also non-benders. Good point. So whenever Mount Vesuvius happened, I guess so.
Oh, yeah. Toph's parents are they are non-benders, right?
Yeah, they're just nobles that do
just rich
noble things. Yeah, they're super.
They just bend the class system.
They're money benders. Alrighty then.
They just bend the working class. It's all good.
Okay, that's a statement if I ever heard one. Alrighty.
Sorry,
then.
my anti-capitalist.
Okay. Alrighty then, chat. We will see you guys on the other end of the watch of this episode of the Bato of the Water Tribe. See you there. We're back.
Bato the water tribe.
That was. Alrighty then. Iris, you wanted to go.
Oh, I'm actually pretty mixed on this episode. Like, I think it's, I think it's really neat that we get to see more of the Water Tribe. I think it's, you know, like it also like shows a little more of where, you know, we've already extrapolated more about how Saka must have gotten this from his dad or like their friends, and you get to see a little more of that here. I'm a little bit baffled by ice dodging being a thing. Like, it seems irresponsible to leave those ships to be broken by 14-year-olds. Like, that doesn't seem very sustainable, but that's, you know, that's CinemaSins nitpicking. That's what
Oh my god, no.
And I thought the like the marks they got at the end of that was a very nice touch. That looked it just looked very pretty, honestly. The conflict at times felt a little bit forced. Like, I'm not giving them the scroll back. That, like, it felt like an overreaction on his end. I don't want to say it felt completely out of character, because, you know, there's still that aspect of he's a kid. He's like, he makes rash decisions sometimes, but I don't know. You could sort of feel the gears of, like, you could feel the gears grind a little on the conflict there. I think it's less immediately organic than some of the other confrontations in the show are. Which, you know, is a bit of a shame. I am not here for Iroh
For the women arc.
creeping on June.
Yeah.
That's like, I know it's a trope
I was
of
a
the
creep
time.
in this
Like,
episode.
yeah, and it's, you know, it's only 2 small moments, to be fair, and like a lot of the times when Iroh flirts with people, it's fine, but here was kind of like, yeah, that's like that whole Master Roshi, like, oh, he's just this funny old
Yeah.
guy. He's gonna creep on people, and it's
Yeah.
do we have to dismiss that as a joke?
Yeah.
That's just not a trope.
Also, hello, Ash. Welcome, Ash.
Oh, hello.
Right.
And
Aye,
that said,
Hi,
like,
Ash.
hi, Ash.
aye.
That said, I like the nuns. I like that it's you know, that in that little group, it's a small touch, but when you meet the Kyoshi warriors, they're all like around the same age, and it's more of a like a military training thing. When you meet the nuns, they're like you know, more diverse in their range of age, and I think that's like a nice little attention to detail of how their differing sort of professions would you know, just result in the makeup of that group being different in that way. I also like that the head nun is like weirdly credit to Team Avatar for being like a pretty minor character for one episode. Like, she is surprisingly helpful, and actually just another case of Avatar just having good background NPCs. I like her. And yeah, obviously that fight scene at the end, it's man, having like coordinated group fights is kind of, I feel like that's a very difficult thing to do. Like, kind of notably Dragon Ball, like one of the big, you know, animated fighty properties, has a lot of trouble having good group fights, and Avatar just kind of does, like, regularly does them really well, and
What a
keeps it
flex.
clear. Mhm. Like, just keeps it very clear, like, who is doing what where, and but still like uses some sleight of hand to let some characters sort of come out of left field at points, like, you know, Sokka's boomerang thing that he does at several points, where you just, Sokka goes off screen early on in a fight scene and then like comes back to do his one helpful thing later on, that sort of thing. Like, it just, they yeah, they handle those more complex scenes really well. And I think just from a technical action scene sort of achievement perspective, that is, I'm not an expert in these things, but that cannot be easy. Also, the fight around the well that they like gradually deconstructed and then later on like use the well itself as a little set piece for Aang to duck into. His little dance that he has with Zuko. There are so many moving pieces in that are really impressive. Uh, so yeah, I know that those are all pretty disconnected thoughts, but oh, and the wolf separated from the pack thing was laying it on a bit thick.
Yeah, a bit. That's probably one of the least subtle Avatar writing bits.
Yeah,
You know,
it's a
we're
metaphor.
we're getting to Natla levels here.
Yeah, but otherwise, man, Batu's like VA goes pretty hard. He has a very soothing voice. It was very pleasant to listen to. I would listen to this man read an audiobook.
Agreed. I mean, it makes
Agreed.
sense why he did the spooky voice.
Yeah, for the octopus thing.
Absolutely. I like that he dropped into it. It's really cute.
Yeah. All right, and then there was also Cal. If I may, I just have one thing to say, Cal, before you have your bit, which I just forgot. I think this is by far, this episode has by far the most scummy thing that Aang has ever done. Which, Iris talked about potentially being out of character. But that being said, I like how they address it, like when Katara and Sokka find out what he did, their reaction is very appropriate, very justifiable. Aang realizes that. He realizes he messed up. I don't know so much about Aang making the decision in the first place, but I love how they handled it. I love how they handled the fallout of the decision that was made.
No, you're right. That part did feel more organic, and also like it's the natural choice that Sokka would be the one to, uh, righteously lash out, but still probably lash out more than is wise. Which is, that seems more in character for him than for Katara. Although either of them could have done it. To be honest.
Yeah, I see it. Alrighty, Cow.
Yeah, let's go. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lucia was texting me. I have thoughts about this episode, and I'm stalling to now. Yeah, so I like that we get to learn more about Water Tribe culture. This is kind of our first like big taste since leaving the South Pole and before reaching the North Pole. And getting to like it's basically Katara Sokka's uncle. Like, so for example, growing up culturally, I call all of my dad's friends uncle so and so, and all of my mom's friends aunt so and so, like that. A cultural thing. So like that's the same vibe I'm getting from here. Bato is their dad's best friend, essentially an uncle figure for them. And I think it does a good job of. I do agree it is a bit like slightly out of character for Aang. I don't want to say out of character, but I think Iris put it really well. It is more immature, impulsive tendencies. Typically, he has a little bit more forethought. I'm gonna write it off as he's a genocide survivor, and he is alone in this world aside from these two, really. And so I think it was that moment of, oh no, I'm gonna lose everyone again. I cannot lose everyone again.
Like yeah, that's definitely a valid thought.
Just sheer panic overriding all logical thought, all reason, all empathy. It's just, I mean, I think, I don't know, I can remember being a kid and like, I was a pretty sensitive, emotional kid, but I remember even like my mom went to the grocery store one time without me, and I was distraught at home. So like, I can understand the feeling of I'm being left behind, I'm being like, I'm gonna be alone, and it being just devastating. Obviously the supermarket example is a much more toned down version. So yeah, I don't think that's in typical Aang fashion, but I can see why in that moment he acted poorly. I also think it was one of those things where you make a mistake, but then you're like, well, now I'm in too deep. I just have to keep covering the mistake. Like, it's like now at this point it's too late to own up to it. It's only gonna get worse, but the longer it goes, it only gets worse. And so I think the reaction from Sokka and Katara, I think it was like a realistic reaction from somebody who felt betrayed. And I think it also had to do with the timing of when everything found out. Like it was a heightened moment of adrenaline rushing. We just overcame the ice dodging, rock dodging trial, rite of passage. Oh, I feel great. I feel I've overcome it. I've wanted to do this forever, and I didn't get the chance, and now I finally have this moment. And then having the rug pulled out from under you with your close friend betraying you with this sensitive information. So like I can get that also being an impulsive, like, well then we're leaving moment. So I think that just reaffirms like these are all just kids here. They're all trying their best. And the fact that Aang came clean. I don't know what I'm saying. He came clean in the end.
He confessed.
Thank you. I was like, my brain cells are dying off as I speak. And then also the fact that Sokka and Katara both had that moment of, yeah, we gotta go back. We were a little quick to action. I do agree the lone wolf crying bit was laying it on a bit thick. I think it could have still worked. I just think the way Bato explains it is a little too heavy-handed. Like, dude, we know you were left behind. You don't have to spell it out for us quite so emphatically. But it still works. And I think it's a kid's show, which I think a lot of the times we forget because of how amazingly complex and nuanced and fleshed out and really complex and mature themes. But ultimately, it is a kid's show. So every now and then, I don't fault them for having to be pretty plain and simple.
They can have one every now and then.
As a treat. But yeah, I really like I said, all the water tribe cultural things, like learning about the ice dodging rite of passage, hearing, how they just want to hear about the stories about their dad or all these old stories, the furs on the wall, the traditional sea prunes dish, all of that jazz. And even just Sokka, from the moment realizing that their water tribe is here, he sees it and he's like, hey, wait a minute. And then he's immediately like, detective mode. We're going to find them. We're going to track them down. I'm going to prove that I haven't just been twiddling my thumbs this whole time. So that's really cool. I liked that we yet again had another cameo from Robin of Teen Titans, that Earth Kingdom messenger guy. Very good. I liked the nuns. I feel like I don't remember ever seeing nuns again, and I don't know what exactly they practice. They're not like, it's not like they're fire sages, some specific nation situation. They're just like undisclosed nuns. Like they're just in an abbey and they make perfume, and I don't know what their deal is, but I enjoy them.
I
don't like.
Maybe they're married to Kyoshi or something.
Yeah, who knows? I don't like that they were mean to him. They're like, you should leave. Like, bitch, why? I get that I'm like the Avatar and Hunted, but you didn't have first problem until
Maybe they overheard. Maybe they overheard what happened, and they're like, yeah, we don't want you here either.
I don't know, man. They're like, we are so honored to have Avatar. I don't know, that honor ran out real quick, because it's kind of honor, like, what's going on here?
I mean, all honor
fun.
sort of dissipates when Zuko is around. That's well known.
But I do enjoy them. I do think it's worth mentioning where they banned the perfume. In my experience, like majority of perfume is like basically almost entirely alcohol. And then any fragrances typically tend to be oil based in my experience. I'm not a like perfumery or whatever.
So they're beer bending.
Well, here's the thing. There's another scene, isn't it? Like in Kingdom, where Aang, like at some fancy dinner thing, like bends all the like different like, liquids at the party. And wasn't there like a discussion of how much water has to be in something for him to bend it? Are those alcoholic beverages? What's the deal? And so I'm like, I feel like there's almost little to no water in that perfume. That's the stance I'm taking. So like, I do have questions there.
Maybe it's if it's enough to flow like a liquid and it has water in it, it counts.
Yeah, I guess. I'm not gonna squint too closely, but I do have questions. Also, that bit where he like
one of the comics had a cookie dough bender. We don't need to question everything.
Cookie dough bender.
That was an actual comic. So a fan made it, and they put it in a comic in Nickelodeon magazine. I remember it.
That is unfortunate.
I remember.
It's not canon, but it's something.
Okay.
Oh, so Tiffany says not the cheap perfume. Is expensive perfume more water based? Is that a thing?
I guess. Well, yeah. I mean, it's not like because this like alcohol and all that stuff like kind of, expensive and I imagine somewhat hard to get. So maybe not.
Not necessarily. I don't know.
Like, she's probably perfume is still made using water. So
Well, yeah.
I mean, if we're like bloodbending, you're able to bend people because they have water in their body.
Yeah, but I would say like the ratio. There's a lot of person's body ratio wise.
90%. That is. Can your science explain why we can bloodbend? Bloodbend? Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so Tiffany says expensive perfume has more alcohol. That's what I was thinking. So I feel like there's either a very minimal water content. But moving on, I have questions about that part in the fight where Aang like dives into like the pool and pops out of the other pool. Are those connected? How deep does it go? I'm really curious about that architecture in that abbey, man. I have questions and I guess so. Like
someone also in chat mentioned the bit where like Zuko just destroys it with his legs. Which
murder going on.
Zuko can also just like kick through metal. Like he when he freed Iroh, he just like kicked the bonds loose. I feel like Zuko just has that sort of he went to the same leg day as Leon from Resident Evil.
Yeah, because he gotta do the breakdance move thingy. That requires workout.
It does. Got to keep that core strength.
Mm-hmm.
I really like June. I think that she's just a really fun character. She's exciting. She's badass. She's great. She's a fun time. I also like how like she's sassy and very much like she's about herself. Like she's not aligned Fire Nation, Earth Kingdom, whatever. She's aligned with the bag. Yeah, she's like secure the bag. Everything else is details. And I also like that shot. I think Zilla, you also commented on it. But that bit where she's just like casually arm wrestling Ryu from Street Fighter, that was great.
Mm-hmm.
I love the part where she's like, "Oh, I'm really short on cash. Free drinks, everybody, drinks on me." Like, oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta admire how like at the beginning of the episode, like apparently she's like so brave that she's willing to basically invade a Fire Nation ship just for the sake of getting her target. It's just like,
yeah, that's so brazen.
Get paid.
Although
and the fact that she doesn't like, she's not even concerned about the damages. Like, does she know who Zuko is and knows that he doesn't have any way to like do shit to her?
Know who Zuko is.
No, she doesn't. But
He might not even know what the Fire Nation is.
yeah, I was about to say.
What a bad bitch! Like, she's just like, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, secure the bag. Like,
yeah.
I feel like this is that Naruto meme where he was like, chase the bag, don't worry about what I'm doing. Like, that's June right now. I'll wrap up my thoughts. I enjoy Bato for he's not my favorite character. I don't dislike him, but I just feel kind of lukewarm about him. He's all right.
He is Bato is a character of all time.
Yeah, I appreciate what he does and that he opens up discussion about water tribe stuff and learning about the culture. Him as a person, I could take him or leave him. I'm not particularly moved either way. Hakoda's great though. I do like that we get to see baby Sokka, and like I feel like that's a really good. It instills like what Sokka prioritizes, and I like how it circles back into like the moral of the episode when he goes back for Aang. He's like, this is where we're needed most. Like that's a really cool little tidbit, and also just cute baby Sokka. I love him. That's pretty much it. I don't like Skeezy Iroh, but we've already addressed that.
Yeah.
I like June just roasting Zuko at every possible turn. Oh, yeah, I can see why she left you. She's way too pretty for you. Like, just unprovoked roast session, and I'm here for that kind of chaoticness.
I do feel like June just generates a lot of moments that just make you go, God, I wish that were me.
Yeah, she's so
Step
cool.
on me. Please step on me.
Am I the only one here that appreciates June a healthy amount? Like, I get it. I'm just curious if I'm the only one.
I mean, I could
Healthy.
I could thirst after her, but I don't need to. Like, I'm fine. I can restrain myself.
This is just how the conversation goes when Lucia's not here to bring order.
No, she would be 100% on board with
Yeah,
this.
she would be adding.
You know what? I take that back. You're 100% correct.
I'm the voice of reason here.
But I don't think she. I think it's fine if you want to thirst for her, but I also can be a gentleman and not. I don't need to. I'll thirst over Sokka instead. Yeah,
Okay.
this is a really fun episode. I like the nuns. I just think that their character design is also really cool. And I like that we get to learn about water type culture. And I like that Aang knows that his friends are going to stick by him even when they're grumpy at him. That was a cute moment. And I like that Aang got Katara's necklace back for her. He didn't get anything for Sokka, though, so that's kind of... I feel like Sokka deserves an apology gift.
I feel like he never, correct me if I'm wrong here, but throughout the rest of the series, he never gives Zuko that kiss, right?
Oh yeah. I just love how like they just start joking.
I was like thinking similar thing, but at the end of the episode, I'm just like thinking to myself, man, imagine if they actually gave that a payoff at some point.
Yeah, we have to ask Lucia about that now if that's the thing.
Didn't say it had to be lips.
I just love, just real quick, in that scene, like they just start joking and they just roll with it. There's just they just
go French like.
I mean,
Oh, dear.
in plenty of cultures, like, cheek kissing is perfectly platonic. Like, it's a greeting in Arab and Muslim cultures a lot. Men and women, like, it's kisses on both cheeks, and, like it's not any weirdness.
Is that what you meant when you said going French? Because...
It'll be like in that scene. It'll be like in that scene in Muppets Christmas Carol where Rizzo randomly kisses Gonzo.
Oh yeah, just kiss them on the nose.
Or like that one bit from Madagascar 2, like with what was it? Which Skipper and one of the two apes where he's like, I'd like to kiss you, monkey man. He's like, all right, but you're so darn ugly. Smooch.
Yeah, I grew up with cheek kisses are perfectly platonic and mouth kisses are the ones that are, but also plenty of cultures have mouth kisses being like a familial thing sometimes too. Like I've seen parents kiss kids on the mouth. I had an aunt that was very like desperate to kiss me on the mouth and I kept turning my face and she like grabbed me. That was not a good time,
no.
Like, I've seen it. Like, there's an episode of Brooklyn Nine-Nine where Jake Peralta's undercover, and, like, all the Italian, like, mobster guys, like, are kissing him. Like, oh, welcome to the family. Like, so it is a thing. It just depends on the culture.
Cow, is this where I find out that we can now geek out about Brooklyn Nine-Nine together?
Oh, yes, sir. I haven't seen, like, the last season or two.
I didn't see I didn't watch the last season.
I think it might be just the last season. I have to double check, but I think it's the last.
because that's when it got weird because they had to be a cop show after George Floyd happened.
Oof.
I don't remember, but yes, we can geek out. Just not on this live stream.
Yes, different one. We're geeky out for Avatar only. Here.
Wait, we need to make a Brooklyn Nine-Nine season 9 restoration project.
What?
You fund it and we'll talk.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah.
Yes, JB, I agree. My personal opinion is mouth kisses are not platonic. That is how I was raised. Cheek kisses are all well and good. I'm not on board with platonic mouth kisses, but that's just me. All right, I've said my piece. Peace out, homies. Mic drop. Love you guys.
Bye-bye, Cow.
I do think that it's entirely possible for Aang to just style on Zuko by giving him a kiss on the cheek while dodging one of his attacks.
No, I think it's true. I think also it's like low-key a flex. Like,
I think there should have been a scene right before they walk out into that crowd where they're gonna have the big announcement after they end the war. It was like, and now we're friends. Yeah, we're friends. But before they walk out, Aang randomly kisses Zuko on the cheek. Is like, oh, what was that for? Oh yeah, no, Katara told me to do it. Wait, what? Yeah, no, because you returned the necklace.
I feel like
you returned the necklace. No, because you returned the necklace. I didn't return the necklace.
I feel like it could go like one of two ways.
It was kind of like an inside joke.
A promise is a promise.
Right? I feel like it could literally be like it's either gonna be super like chill and in passing, or the gang is in on it. Like I feel like Toph is gonna like cage him in. Like they're gonna like stage this whole plan to make sure Zuko's in the right place at the right time. Oh yeah, I owe you this.
Yeah, Zuko! Zuko, I owe her a kiss.
I promise, Katara.
I brought this guitar because he gave her necklace back.
He's like, speaking of promises.
Will Aang fulfill his promise to Zuko? Find out.
That's what the promise should have been about. That's what the promise should have been about.
Please.
All right. Okay. I am gonna go because it's getting late. Good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
Thank you so
Sleep
much.
tight.
Love you guys. Peace out.
Yeah.
Bye.
Alrighty then. Oh yeah, and that was Iris saying goodnight too. All right, the fellow guys still here. I'm very much happy that we definitely still kept the chaos even without Lucy. Yeah.
Turned into like a wall of sound right there.
Okay.
The only chaos bender.
Yeah, I was about to say. Okay, see, when Lucia and Cal are here, I'm the voice of reason. But now that they're gone, now I have to bring the chaos. That's how it goes. All right. Alrighty then.
I love how it just delved into I love how it just delved into a topic about
Yes. Okay.
She kisses, mouth kisses.
It's that's how it goes here.
Avatar, the last kiss bender.
Last kiss. Yeah. Yeah,
Wake up.
Lovatar. That's what James named the Valentine's theme cover that he did. They called it Lovatar, the Last Care Bender.
The fifth member of Kiss.
The fifth member of Kiss. Alrighty. So yeah, we'll go over the last ones here.
Aang would like wearing that black and white makeup though.
Oh, yeah.
I think he'll fine with.
I mean, he has a tattoo, so like, I guess he's not opposed.
And he's worn the Kyoshi makeup before, so.
Okay. Alrighty then. So here's what I'm gonna do. Here's how we're gonna end this off. We're gonna go Zilla, Adam, Chris. While you guys are talking, I'm gonna message Lucia and see if she has any plans to have Aang kiss Zuko in some point in book 4. And
On the cheek.
and hopefully by the time you guys give your pieces, she will give me a response.
On the cheek. Remember, it's on the cheek. Just
On the cheek.
Alrighty then. No promises though. Alright, so Zilla, you go.
Yeah. Nice episode.
Yes.
Nice episode. Good.
That's a good opinion. Nice and short.
I was leaning forward in anticipation.
I do wonder. We haven't seen any sheer shoes outside of when June appears.
That is true.
We don't see a lot of animals other than the episodes they appear in.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm assuming Zilla, what you were more so talking about is that it seems very useful. Why don't more people use it?
Yeah.
Probably rare.
I guess hard to tame.
Probably hard to tame. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're probably just wild and, like you said, hard to tame.
We also don't see
makes
people
sense,
dress.
yeah.
We also don't see people dressed like June does.
Oh, so about Aang crumpling up that map, like I get Aang, I get where he's coming from in that moment. Like, hey, I mean, he'd already lost his entire race and culture. Like, Tara and Sokka were the only other people he had left, and he was afraid of losing them. I mean, granted, that was all just a misunderstanding, because we did see them say that they still had to take Aang to the North Pole and all that. But yeah, it was very much just a kid being afraid.
Yeah, fear is an understandable
Like
emotion.
abandonment.
Yes.
Fear of loss.
It's a strong one, yeah.
Yeah. Because remember, he is still he's a good kid, but he's still just a kid. He's not going to be perfect.
Yeah, it is nice to remember that he is a kid, yeah.
Yeah.
and that he still again. To be fair, considering like this is probably the worst thing he ever does, and he does it when he's like 12, I feel like that's a pretty good track record.
Yeah, yeah, and over like 60 episodes, 61. I mean,
Yeah.
if that's the worst thing you've done, I think you've done pretty well.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. Well then, moving on, Adam.
All right. So, one thing I'm surprised no one pointed out so far, Sokka was being a dick in this episode.
How so?
About which things?
Like, Aang was showing genuine curiosity about his culture, and Sokka's like, you wouldn't get it. I'll tell you some other time when you're older. Like, no shit.
Oh yeah.
No shit, Aang's gonna think you're gonna leave. You make it feel like you don't care about it.
It is sad because I do think it is understandable. They got caught up in the moment that they were reuniting with someone they hadn't seen in a while. But yeah, it's sad.
Completely out of character for him. He loves over-explaining shit that he did with his folks.
I think he got tunnel vision at that moment and was just kind of being innocently insensitive. As I would put it.
I don't know, man. You think he would give up the opportunity to brag about how cool his dad was?
Well, I mean, I got the impression that maybe it was also just like a very, extremely long story. That's why he thought, I'll explain to him.
Yeah, and everyone else was already in on it, so that's at least that's what it seemed. But yeah, it is really sad that that was the catalyst, because it is very understandable from Aang's thing how he really did feel left out, and at the same time they hadn't seen any of these family people in like 2 years, so of course they were gonna take priority. But oh well, that's how things happen.
This episode, I've often, like, whenever this episode was on TV, I was like, I'm not gonna watch this one because this made me feel all sorts of wrong about the stuff that was happening in it, because they get mad at Aang for a it was bad that they're not telling him about where his dad is, but it's not like, first of all, he only held on for like a day, so it's not like he said it back that much. Though they do show that he's trying to get rid of it, which does, put him pretty firmly in the wrong there. But I don't know. I feel like Katara and Sokka have a higher emotional intelligence than that. Maybe not Sokka. Katara at least, though. Though she goes along.
Yeah. Yeah. This episode kind of follows a real gray line where it's just like you could see how it could happen, but at the same time it's just like, did it really need to? I feel like that's kind of the vibe where it's like,
I mean, apparently it did, because it did get some things moving.
Yeah.
Let's back. That is a plot point in the next couple episodes. Yeah, and we covered Iroh, but it's just so galling because he doesn't really do that in the other episodes. The only other times he flirts are with fellow old people.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And he's got a lot more game than he shows here. So yeah. I'm like, why do you feel the need to do that? Like they had him kind of sort of flirting with Aunt Wu anyway.
Hold on.
Hello.
I'm in bed.
Oh, I brought her back.
Oh, hey, Lucia.
I need to know who leaked my script. Who leaked my script about the end and Zuko kid? Who was it? I'm just kidding. I got that question and it was so funny. Actually,
Which one of you
well,
is the mole?
I don't have any plans for Aang and Zuko to kiss. However, I did have a throwaway note in my writing notes that says, "Have Zuko ask Aang at some point while they're waiting for the big summit for them to decide the fate of the colonies." And Aang and Zuko are like in a waiting room, and it's all awkward. And Zuko goes, "So what were the frogs for? Your friends had to suck on them?"
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that sort of thing.
So,
Hey, remember?
what
hey,
were the
remember-
frogs for?
Yeah. Was that like a metaphor or a parable? Like, yeah.
Come in, Grant.
So,
You,
well,
I tried to save you, and you said your friends had to suck on those frogs. Was that like?
Was that literal?
Was that a metaphor,
Is that
or
a euphemism?
is that like an air nomad saying that I don't understand? like Flamio Hotman, is that like old parlance?
I guess so.
actually, funny enough, if you'll notice in episode 5, when we go to the people from 100 supposed years ago, they say Hotman. So Aang isn't lying. That was the popular thing to say, and he's bringing it back.
Yeah.
That is true.
Bringing it
Why,
back.
why would he have the reason to lie about that?
Yeah, right.
Sure, in the
Well, there's one other alternative. That is that it has never been a thing, and Kuzan just pranked Aang, intending to someday tell Aang that was a joke. But then Aang got frozen, and Kuzan never got to tell him.
Oh, there's an interesting thought.
Now that is the real tragedy of the series
Well,
right there.
well,
There's an interesting thought right there.
Kuzan was like, "Dude, I'm gonna trick Aang into thinking that Hotman is how you greet people in the Fire Nation, and then I'm gonna laugh so hard when he does it." And Aang was like, "I gotta go home, but next time I'm here." And he's like, "Yeah. Oh man, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good."
so
That he never saw him again.
even better because like, oh man, it's gonna be so funny when he comes back. Aang, last seen online 112 years ago.
Oh no.
But
Dang.
no, we had it be that it was just outdated slang, so that's why Zuko's like, "Oh, you talk like my great grandpa."
I like how in the Valentine's video, someone was like, "Hey, hot man," and I'm like, "Can I ask you to please drop the hot man thing? It hasn't been a thing for like 80 years."
But if you guys want me to make sure that the writing team has Aang kiss Zuko to fulfill his promise, we can absolutely write that in.
Just,
In fact,
it's just on the cheek. Don't
in
worry.
fact, I was thinking, now that you brought it to my mind, since we have that one plot point of the scam engagement with Toph, so that the actual woman he gets engaged to doesn't get assassinated, like, I'm totally gonna have a joke now where Aang kisses Zuko on the cheek for that, and Sokka walks in, he's like, "So you're dating Zuko, you're dating Zuko, is there anyone else dating Zuko I should know about?"
I feel like Sokka's like, I feel left out.
Aang walks into the room and is like, "Hey Zuko, I just remembered something I promised to Katara."
Yeah, and then Sokka's just like, "Suki's dating Zuko, Tom's dating Zuko, Aang's dating Zuko. Is there anyone else dating Zuko I should know about?"
And then Jin walks in and says, "Meow."
Yeah.
So, okay, who am I saying it as? Am I saying it as Zuko?
As Sokka.
Sokka. All right. My best friend Tom's dating Zuko. Suki's dating Zuko. Aang's dating Zuko. Are there any more people dating Zuko that I should know about?
That's Jin.
Out of here.
No, please don't go.
Oh my god, that's too funny. I'm gonna tell Grant to record that line for you guys.
At a bare
I'm gonna ask
minimum
him right now.
for meme
I'm gonna ask
content.
him right now. Hold on, let me get him. Hey Grant, your fans have a request. In your best Sokka, can you say, "So Suki's dating Zuko, Toph's dating Zuko, Aang's dating Zuko. Is there anyone else dating Zuko I should know about?"
So Suki's dating Zuko, Toph's dating Zuko, Aang's dating Zuko. Is there anyone else dating Zuko that I should know about?
That's you are the perfect Sokka. That was so good. I got a question.
I love Sokka.
If because at the end of Bato of the Water Tribe, Katara says, "Hey Aang, send this to Zuko for me," or whatever. She kisses Aang on the cheek, and they're being sarcastic, right? And so I got the question from Curtis. I guess they were talking about it. Does Katara ever, or does Aang ever fulfill that and kiss Zuko? And so then I was like, we already have the forced engagement arc with Toph and Jin, and Suki's his bodyguard. If Aang walks up to Zuko and kisses him on the cheek, Sokka's gonna lose his mind. Wait, no, and Zuko was like sleeping under the moonlight in that one panel of The Promise. So Yue too, dude. Like, I'm sorry. Zuko's pulling everyone you know and love.
So unfortunate.
That monkey's paw the magic wang.
I'm not dating Zuko.
I'm like, given that Yue is the moon, and Sokka is like always like thinking of like the moon as Yue. Like now, I'm like thinking about that song. I always feel like somebody's watching me.
And I got the privacy.
Oh, whoa.
Did you guys get through the episodes? How many episodes did you get through?
We just finished the third one. Yeah, the final one is Chris was gonna give the final opinion, and then we were gonna do the final small episode 5 reveal thing that I mentioned earlier.
Oh wait, are we live?
Yes. Oh yes. Yeah. So yeah, we are still live.
I just spoiled all of the Zuko kisses everyone thinks.
Oh no.
Oh man.
I love how we just like it just devolved into a topic of kissing.
Yeah, see,
it was
a line at the end of the episode.
That's what see, because the thing was after Lucy, after you and Cal left, I was just like, see, when they're here, I'm the voice of reason, but now they're gone, I have to be the bringer of chaos, and I kind of cheated by
him with that responsibility.
I cheated by a bit by bringing you back, but I think I did my job of keeping the chaos going.
I can't stop working. I like went to lie down because my heart was hurting, and like. I was lying there and I was like, let me QA the audio for episode 5 real quick. And I end up giving leadership all these notes. Like, I just can't stop working on this project.
So long as you're taking care of yourself.
I'm like, final audio, we'll see about that. Like, by the time I'm done. That's merely a suggestion. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to Estine.
Alrighty.
Very important questions. Let me know. I'm happy to answer.
Okay. I'm glad. Thank you for categorizing this as very important. I'm glad you understood.
Well, the moment you said, that this was important, I was like, man, I'm there, Curtis. You call me, beat me if you want to reach me. I don't have a picture, but somehow I'll know.
No, you do have a pager.
Yes.
Al's used it before.
I appreciate now that after these 2 years, I have that trust with you. I can tell you it's important, and you know.
True. I would also. I guess I do have a pager. It's just a page boy. His name is Cade. If you can't call me and reach me, then just page me.
I've done that.
Yeah. Beautiful. I love you guys. You're all wonderful, but especially Cow. Bye.
I love you. She's gone. I love her.
All right. Good. Alrighty then, and so yeah then.
I'm also gone. I'm sorry.
For good. Okay.
I gotta go.
It's fine to. Thank you for gracing us with a bit more of your presence, Cow. Ta ta.
Y'all are the best. Good night. I love you guys.
Good night. All right.
Night.
Oh, she's there. All right, Chris. Final words. Final words.
All right. Okay. So I guess I'll have to go now. So I remember like after I was done with the series, I was kind of getting together like a list of like favorites, but also what were least favorites. When it came to least favorites, I was only able to come up with 5. Only one of them I really actually disliked, and Bato is definitely on the list of 5 that I have to list as least favorite. Having said that, however, I do still enjoy this episode, but as what's kind of been highlighted, throughout this entire discussion, I mean, there are issues that I do have with it. I mean, obviously June is awesome, and the humor in this is pretty good and all that. It utilizes a trope, and it's probably one of my least favorite tropes, and that's the whole character is listening in on a conversation, they leave, and they don't hear like the rest of the conversation that would have prevented some terrible misunderstanding.
Oh, like the Shrek thing.
Yeah, exactly, the Shrek thing. Which Shrek is a very good movie, but I feel like even fans of that movie can agree that was always the weakest part about the movie is the whole Shrek is eavesdropping on a conversation and he leaves just when they were getting to a part of the conversation that would have clarified things, that sort of thing. So that always came off.
I mean, I don't hate that trope mean, I get it can be frustrating, but
If it's used for comedy, I'm receptive towards that. It's when it's used for drama where it gets a bit dicey for me. Like whenever it's used. I mean, obviously, there's always a case by case basis thing, but I just find that whenever that trope tends to get used in anything, I'm just like, eh. But it
yeah, I
always
get it
comes off a
case
bit
by
forced.
case.
Also, that Earthbender soldier that was delivering the letter, is he like just the worst mailman ever? So it's like
Yeah, yeah.
it's like he has the paper that's supposed to go to somebody, and it's just like, I have this for Bato. It's like, oh, I know where Bato is. Oh, okay, so I'll give you this piece of paper, and I'll just trust that you'll that you actually know Bato and you're not lying and stuff like that. It's like if you're a mail person or like you're delivering something, it's like you want to make sure you're delivering it to
Probably
the
doesn't
right
get paid
location.
enough for this shit.
I know exactly. Honestly, I'd be willing to believe that. It's just like, hey, I just want to go home or something like that.
I'm also wondering if they're like, oh, or like because again, if people know the Airbender, it's like if you saw a guy, it's like, oh look, it's the Avatar, the last Airbender, the most trustworthy person on the planet. Surely, if I could trust this to get to anyone, it would be him. I'm sure he doesn't have any personal reasons why he would, for some reason, sabotage this very important military communication, right?
Right?
Yeah. I mean, that is a good point.
Yeah. So I really loved the Ryu from Street Fighter cameo in the bar. That was a great Easter egg. I legit did not notice that until my recent rewatch of the show. I'm just like, oh yeah, it's Ryu from Street Fighter. Interesting. And the as for the whole like Aang keeping the letter thing, I mean, yes, it definitely comes off as a bit more, more of a bad thing than he usually does throughout the series. And the thing is, like, I guess the thing is, I'm probably not so much bothered that he did it. Like, I mean, it makes sense in some way. I think it's more or less how, like, by the end of the episode, Sokka and Katara seem to forgive him, probably rather just a bit too easily, I say. And because, like, after this episode, like, it never comes up again. They don't seem to hold any real grudge towards him, which, I mean, obviously, like, they understand why he did it, but at the same time, it's like, if I was in their position, it's like I would definitely be holding a bit of a grudge for a little bit, just if somebody did that to me. It's like withheld information like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. One of the things that I really appreciate about this episode, and I don't think it's been mentioned yet, is that I don't remember like any of the episodes beforehand, like kind of lay down these seeds, but it does feel like in this episode they were really kind of taking time to really establish what Sokka's role in the team is supposed to be. Like up until this point, like we've seen him, kind of trying really hard to be a warrior, but it's obvious that's not really quite where his talent is. And just kind of and just being the comic relief. But this was like the episode where they showcase, wow, he's actually really good at not only leading people but coming up with strategies, thinking outside the box, that sort of thing. So I did really appreciate that this episode took time to really further develop Sokka more. And the thing is, like, yeah, we tend to give this episode, crap for, what, Aang's decision to withhold information, and, Sokka and Katara react pretty justifiably to it. I did appreciate how, like, I feel like if this were a lesser episode, it would have been Katara that comes to the realization of what Aang's going through and that they have to go back. I like that they had Sokka be the one to realize it, because of, his experience of being left behind when his father and the other Water Tribe members went to war. So I thought that was a really nice touch right there. So, let's see. I'm trying to
That it wasn't the person with the emotional read what I'm losing the people that's the person who's good at reading emotions wasn't the one who picked it up.
Exactly. Yep, that's a good way of putting it. Yep.
Yeah.
So I did heavily appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
The murdering of that well by Zuko and Aang during that fight, that was awesome as all hell. The thing is, like, you guys are talking about Iroh in this episode, how, and particularly that moment where he fakes being paralyzed to when he's like holding June, and the thing is, like, a friend and I were like talking about that a while back, and I always go back and forth on that moment, because it's like at no other time during the whole series does he ever act pervy like that. And I watched this episode that moment, and I just can't help but think to myself, like, was he pretending? Like, was he doing that specifically as a subtle way of helping the Avatar or something like that? Because I mean, because obviously, like he, Iroh, like obviously he has his quirks, but he does tend to kind of make himself come off a bit more feeble or incompetent than he actually is sometimes. So I do sometimes I do tend to think or write that moment off as that being a extension of that. Now, of course, obviously you watch this episode, you can go either way on it. So I won't really argue with people if they think it's him being pervy. Like I won't argue with that, but that's me where I fall on that moment personally, and I only really think that because it's the only time he ever acts pervy at all.
My counterpoint to that, I mean, I know obviously you said you could see it that way, but I'm curious, is just like, is there any other woman that Iroh meets that is like June? Because like I could also just talk about, it's like, oh, June hits a very specific type or something, and Iroh never meets this type. He's like, dang, I actually found like this badass woman who's really good at what she does. I gotta savor this moment. I'm gonna never see one like her again.
I think there's room to think that maybe both are true at the same time. It's like Iroh is like faking incompetence to help the Avatar subtly, but also just being like, hey, it's June. So yeah, I think there's room for both to be true.
Yeah, sure. I could go with that. Alrighty then. All right. So with that being said, as we're wrapping things up here, for those of you who are sorry, Tiffany in chat says leave Iroh alone. He was a soft landing spot for her. That is true. That is true. He does have that natural cushion.
True. That's a good point.
Yeah. To be fair, I guess people don't have issue with the catch. People have issue with the staying after the catch. It's just like there's a point where it's just like, okay, things happen, but like at a point just like really you're still there anyways. The final thing here for those of you that are remaining, we have a small little sneak peek thing for the next episode. And when I say small, I really do mean like really, really small. They'll see it in stream. I will also show it to you guys just so you know what I'm talking about. But yes, episode 5, The Lost Scrolls, is on track to release tomorrow, and we will have the exact details as soon as we make sure that all of our last details are squared away. Tiffany, don't tell us to stop overthinking, Tiffany. This is literally what these whole streams are for. We spent 4 hours on 3 20-minute episodes just to overthink. And you all are still here watching it. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. So yes, a very small thing. This will go public once we have all the details confirmed. But for now, I have the quick treat for you all. Right here, that is not the treat, that is PS2 Azula again. Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec, let me fix this, here we go. There we go, now here's what we're talking about. Let's quickly screen share for you guys who can't actually see the stream at the moment. But we have, oh wait, that's not it. We have the thumbnail for the next episode. Here it is. It is all ready for perusing pleasure. Oh wait, that did not give it one. Hang on. Share screen. Here we go. Yes, The Lost Scrolls, our next episode. Here, it's a bit of a compilation of shorter things. You can see we got all the people. You guys have been probably keeping up with the shorts, aren't too surprised, but yeah, we got May, we got Aang, and we got I say new villain. I've always had this joke that it's a new villain because I honestly did not remember Ukano. I know people in the comments of the shorts like, that's Ukano. It's like, well, I forgot. I'm the one who makes these things. I forgot he was here. So yeah, we will have an official announcement very soon. Okay.
And I'm not gonna spoil too much, but one of these is a remake of a previous comic.
Mm-hmm. recontextualized.
Yeah.
That's about the music. Oh wait, I forgot. I'm sorry. Hang on a sec. I gotta tone it down. I forgot. I put this over the waiting screen, so like all the music for when we're watching is super loud. Hang on. Let me say it again for those who didn't hear. Yes, this is the thumbnail for the next episode. It will be revealed publicly as soon as we have all the details squared away. Combination of 3 smaller stories, including a recontextualization of an older story, as Zilla said.
Yep.
Alrighty then. With all of that being said, any final words from the remaining lovely people here? That's a good word.
Be good to each other.
Yeah.
Be nice. Have a happy Easter.
Yeah.
And happy Trans Day of Visibility. And after that, happy April Fool's Day.
Happy April Fool's Day. I was kind of hoping you were gonna just keep going through holidays, like, and then after that, have a happy.
What's on April? What's April 2nd? What's April 2nd?
Well, I was gonna say April 8th. We got the eclipse happening.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no! They're going to. Is it the lunar eclipse or solar eclipse?
Solar one. Yes.
Oh, cool! Day of Black Sun. We can
yes. The day of Black Sun approaches.
Black hole sun.
Yeah, so we got that. I thought you were gonna say it's like have a good, solar eclipse, and after that have a good summer vacation. And after that, have a happy Labor Day, and all those just keep going through.
I have to go day by day because tomorrow is Easter and Trans Day of Visibility. Day after that is April Fools. What's April 2nd?
I'm checking. Hang on, I'm checking the calendar. What are the holidays?
It's Tuesday.
It's yeah. For me, for me, it's just Tuesday. Yes.
I have to go back to. I have to work.
Quick, change the channel.
Just change the channel.
For you, the day Bison graced your village was the most important day of your life. For me, it was Tuesday.
Yes. So Adam, Zilla, thank you for joining once again, and Chris, happy to have you for your first. You've now had your. This is your ice drifting thing.
Yeah,
I guess.
Is your ice dodging.
Ice dodging, yeah.
Ice dodging. Well, I hope I pass with flying colors.
Oh, that's interesting. I just realized, as the MC of the stream,
we got Curtis. Give him the little black mark. On
the black mark. Yeah, I get to do it. For Chris, here's. I imagine I'm putting a thing on your head. We give you this mark, the symbol of the one with opinions, because you most definitely had opinions. Yes.
I tried to come up with interesting things to say, especially like how like there were plenty of people that came before me that were like saying things I'm just like, oh, I can't say that now.
it's a bit of a thing, yeah. That's why we try to rotate things so people can say like, I'm having this idea first and I get to say it because it's mine.
There can only be one.
There can only be one. Alrighty then. So yeah, final things again. Episode 5. We're prepping.
I don't think I can hear you in the video.
Oh, what?
I'm listening to the video. It's just the music. There's no voices.
At the moment, I was about to say I muted the video. It should be.
Oh, we're done.
Or the voices. No. Sorry, I
Okay,
muted the music. It should be going now. Okay, yeah, I think.
Voices aren't. No one can hear us in the chat.
I was about. Yeah, I was about to say. I think your stream might be a little. Yeah, I saw the message earlier. I already fixed it. So it should be fine.
Okay.
It should be fine.
Yeah, no, I wasn't live.
That happens. Thank you though. I do need, because I am not 100% on these all the time. So yes, I appreciate you still at least mentioning it. So yeah, final announcements. Yes. So like we said, episode 5, it's on track for tomorrow. Be hyped. And then, other than that, also Lucia and Kate are going to be returning to their Dishonored playthrough. I think they said this one will be the last one. But yeah, and then we'll eventually have more. Oh wait, last thing, guys. I convinced Ryoma to play a game for us as well. This is timely because with your announcement, Adam. But I did convince announcement here. I did convince Ryoma to play Genshin Impact, so he could get all the elements.
Oh, cool. Oh, cool. You'll be able to play through like 4 different continents before you get to mine.
I was about to say. Now we gotta do it.
And I'm pretty sure I'm limited time, so I don't think you'll have time to get to mine.
I was about to say no. I believe you're only in permanent content.
Am I? I know. Is the Lynette hangout?
Yes. All hangouts are permanent content.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, that's the one where I have the most lines.
Yeah.
And then in the Chiori storyline, I have 1 line.
Yeah, that is also permanent, so no worries.
Cool.
Yeah, I was about to say if we get more people into Genshin, I'll make it where it's a sub goal of like, listen, you have to get all of the VAs.
I mean, I wasn't the first. Our voice of Commander G, Pat, they were in Genshin way before me.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Alrighty then. Well, congratulations to you. Look, you guys may say, but look, getting into Genshin, that's the moneymaker. That's the one where it's like you're part of the big thing.
It's a significant mark on your record.
Yes. It's like you get cast in a Fire Emblem game, a Persona game, or Genshin. Either one of those, it's a good mark in your voice acting career.
I'm seeing all these people in Genshin. I gotta wonder how do they get in there?
I think there's some talent pools, yeah.
Yeah.
I figured that.
I'm not. I don't think I should talk about it on stream.
Yeah, it's not the best. Yeah, they're understandable. We can't let them know on how the sausage gets made, mostly because we do want our people to continue be a part of making the sausage. We very much do want that. But yeah, I think that's where we're gonna end it off. I appreciate that we still have a consistent stream base even after our 2 main Chaos Goblins have left. I appreciate you all very much, though. There's more congrats in chat for all that. We all appreciate it. We appreciate you, and we'll see you guys next time. Another stream, another life, new game, new episode, all the stuff. It's coming. You cannot deny it. Alrighty, you all take care.
Bye.